Friends, I request DGSI compile a definitive plan of action from the illuminating discussions that take place during this 2-day seminar. I do look forward to seeing some of the ideas being pushed by implementation with great pride and optimism. I now declare the next generation Geophysics 2025 conference open, wishing all of you productive, insightful, and inspiring for these 2 days ahead. I once again congratulate all the organizers and participants, especially GSI for convening this 2 days conference. Once again, thanks all the participants, national and abroad. I invite this great city of this motherland, and I think this 2 days conference will properly utilize
Geological Survey of India Southern Region to present the vote of thanks.
Esteemed Chief Guest, Honorable Union Minister of Coal and Mines, Sri G. Kishan Reddy ji, Andar ji, Honorable Ji, our Revered Director General, Asit Saha ji,
May I now request everyone to kindly be seated. To begin this joyous occasion on a harmonious note, we have a soul-stirring invocation song that will awaken our spirits. Before we begin our proceedings, let us invoke the blessings of Lord Ganesha, the remover of obstacles and the God of wisdom, knowledge, and prosperity. It is said that no auspicious event is complete without remembering Lord Ganesha. To ensure that this event unfolds smoothly and successfully, let us offer our prayers to him. Now I invite our training officers of 48th Orientation Course for Geologists, Shreya, Rohit, Nikhil, Saloni, Rahul, Payal, and Vartiga to lead us in the Ganesh Vandana. So let us welcome our training officers onto the stage for the invocation song.
गुणशरीराय गुणमण्डिताय धीमहि गुणधीशाय गुणप्रविष्टाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि
गानचतुराय गानप्राणाय गानान्तरात्मने गानोत्सुकाय गानमत्ताय गानोत्सुकमनसे
गुरुपूजिताय गुरुदेवताय गुरुकुलस्थायिने गुरुदेवताय गुरुकुलस्थायिने गुरुविक्रमाय गुह्यप्रवराय गुरुवे गुरुगुरुवे
गुरुदैत्यगलक्षेत्रे गुरुधर्मशदाराध्याय त्रे गुरुपाखण्डखण्डकाय
गीतसाराय गीततत्त्वाय गीतगोत्राय धीमहि गूढगुल्फाय गन्धमत्ताय गोजयप्रदाय धीमहि गुणातीताय गुणाधीशाय गुणप्रविष्टाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि
ग्रन्थगीताय ग्रन्थगेयाय ग्रन्थान्तरात्मने गीतलीनाय गीताश्रयाय गीतवाद्यपटवे
गेयचरिताय गायकवराय गन्धर्वप्रियकृते गायकाधीनविग्रहाय गङ्गाजलप्रणयवते
गौरीस्तनन्दनाय गौरीहृदयनन्दनाय गौरभानुसुताय गौरीगणेश्वराय
गौरीप्रणयाय गौरीप्रवणाय गौरभावाय धीमहि गोसहस्राय गोवर्धनाय गोपगोपाय धीमहि गुणातीताय गुणाधीशाय गुणप्रविष्टाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय
Please, sir.
Thank you, Rahul. Good morning to all. Honorable Union Minister for Coal and Mines, Sri G. Kishan Reddy garu, Honorable Itala Rajendra garu, Member of Parliament from Mankargiri Lok Sabha constituency, respected Director General GSI, Shri Asit Saha Sahab, distinguished dignitaries on the dais and in the audience, senior officials from the Ministry of Mines, GSI and allied organizations, eminent scientists, researchers, industry leaders, industry experts from India and abroad, sponsors, exhibitors, and young students. Ladies and gentlemen, namaskar, and very hearty welcome to each one of you present here to the next generation Geophysics 2025, Unlocking the Earth's Hidden Treasures. A conference exclusively dedicated to contemporary and futuristic geophysics, which is hosted by Geological Survey of India. It is our proud privilege to warmly welcome our Honorable Union Minister for Coal and Mines, Sri G. Kishan Reddy garu, whose visionary leadership and unwavering commitment over the next 2 days, delegates will engage in technical presentations, live technology demonstrations, high-level panel discussions, and an interactive exhibition featuring cutting-edge geophysical instrumentation and AI-powered data solutions. With participation from premier institutions, industry, and academia, the breadth and depth of expertise at this event are truly remarkable. As a national in the Indian geosciences, let us use this platform to not only explore Earth's hidden treasure, but to unlock the untapped potential of Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for that warm and inspiring welcome. May I now invite Sri Asit Saha, Director General of Geological Survey of India and Chief Patron of this conference, to address the gathering and share his vision for this milestone initiative. Please, sir.
A very good morning. Sri Kishan Reddy ji, Honorable Union Minister of Coal and Mines, Sri Itala Rajendra ji, Member of Parliament, all the dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, student, researchers, exhibition participants, and geoscience enthusiasts. We have assembled here today, keeping in mind we need to do something transformative. We need to think out of the box, and we need to go ahead, keeping our goal in mind to make this country self-sufficient in every way. Why not only critical minerals? Now, gone are the days when a geologist or a geophysicist accidentally discovers a mineral deposit just by taking a traverse. Those days are just gone. We have already discovered, already found, already developed mineral deposits which are easily foundable, which are there for centuries. Our ancestors have found them for us. There have been old workings everywhere in the southern region, in western region. There are evidences that this country has been a mining powerhouse in the past also. But today, we have a big challenge. We no more have the luxury of finding these deposits just by surface manifestations. You know, we need to adopt all sorts of technologies which are at hand to now find out this so-called deep concealed deposits. In most of the cases, the recent discoveries which GSI is making, they are under terrains which on the top is cultivated or badland. From the conventional methods, geophysics is the go-to tool nowadays. I mean, there is no other tool apart from geophysics at this moment which can give us this leverage to identify concealed deposits. It's not a realization which is very new, it is known to everyone. But the point that we should get together and we should interact and introspect that how best we can utilize this technology and its developments today is the reason that we have come here. That's why the conference is named as Next Gen Geophysics. A lot of things are happening worldwide and also in India. A lot of developments are there. It's not only GSI, actually everybody has understood this issue of finding out concealed deposits through modern methods and then utilizing that data to find out, zero down to a deposit. That is the goal for everyone. Why only GSI? And the world. I have been meeting people from different parts of the world. They're coming and placing their innovations, their solutions. Please do this. This will help you. This is a new technology which can help you in the field. They made it portable. Don't need something cumbersome, something very, claustrophobic and all those things to get into the field. So it is not only to use geophysics, we also need technology portable, which can be used easily by scientists, both in lab as well as in the while which we have spent, the dignitaries have spent there, we have gotten pretty good idea of what is in store for us. And I'm sure none of us has got the whole gamut of understanding, whole gamut of knowledge regarding all these technologies which are there in the offing, which are there for us to use. Everybody claims, but if we can get together in this manner, if we can talk with each other, if we can listen to everyone with an open mind, maybe we will find out the way, we will find out the best way to move forward. So that itself is this, the philosophy behind this workshop or conference, whatever you call it. And it is very imperative that we need to understand the subsurface in a much better way than what we have been doing so far. And it's not only because of mineral exploration. Yeah, of course, getting mineral resources is of prime importance, but at the same time, we cannot forget about water. The water is also a very, very important, significant commodity for all of us, for us to sustain in future and to understand the nature of how groundwater is there for us, whether it will be able to sustain us in the future, whether it is getting contaminated or not. Even there, geophysics will play a very, very significant role. And why mineral and water? Everywhere, natural hazards.
Mining geosciences sector should lead the leveraging advanced artificial intelligence and machine learning techniques. Similarly, the nation quantum mission was launched with a budget of 6,000 crore to foster innovation and build a robust ecosystem in quantum technologies. This will natural challenges before they strike. Last year, the launch of National Landslide Forecasting Center in Calcutta marked a major achievement for disaster preparedness in India. Soon this will help providing early warnings for landslide-prone areas across the country.
To make this even stronger, DGSI also signed MOU with Italy in January 2025 to work together and research and skill building in landslide forecasting. For India, a country prone to earthquakes, floods, landslides, and cyclones, the geophysics is the dispensable in building resilience. Moving forward, we must expand its technology to transform disaster preparedness in India. Similarly, advancement in geophysics are crucial for India's rapid and sustainable infrastructure development, ensuring safer construction in mega cities, supporting the development of smart cities, enabling high-speed rail corridor, and facilitating projects to remove and challenging tertiary. India stands at the thresholds of new era in mining. In last 11 years, we have transformed the policy landscape of the mining industry and have opened floodgates of opportunities.
Under the leadership of the Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi, we have fully embraced the power of technology across the sector. It is our responsibility to ensure that such innovations become a standard practice in geophysical exploration. However, technology alone is not enough. Collaboration is the key progress. We must build stronger partnership between government, industry, academia, and research institutions. Friends, I request DGSI compile a definitive plan of action from the illuminating discussions that take place during this 2-day seminar. I do look forward to seeing some of the ideas being pushed by implementation with great pride and optimism. I now declare the next generation Geophysics 2025 conference open, wishing all of you productive, insightful, and inspiring for these 2 days ahead. I once again congratulate all the organizers and participants, especially GSI for convening this 2 days conference. Once again, thanks all the participants, national and abroad. I invite this great city of this motherland, and I think this 2 days conference will properly utilize
Geological Survey of India Southern Region to present the vote of thanks.
May I now request everyone to kindly be seated. To begin this joyous occasion on a harmonious note, we have a soul-stirring invocation song that will awaken our spirits. Before we begin our proceedings, let us invoke the blessings of Lord Ganesha, the remover of obstacles and the God of wisdom, knowledge, and prosperity. It is said that no auspicious event is complete without remembering Lord Ganesha. To ensure that this event unfolds smoothly and successfully, let us offer our prayers to him. Now I invite our training officers of 48th Orientation Course for Geologists, Shreya, Rohit, Nikhil, Saloni, Rahul, Payal, and Vartiga to lead us in the Ganesh Vandana. So let us welcome our training officers onto the stage for the invocation song.
गणाध्यक्षाय धीमहि गुणशरीराय गुणमण्डिताय गुण धीमहि गुणधीशाय गुणप्रविष्टाय धीमहि
And why mineral and water? Everywhere. Natural hazards.
mining geosciences sector should lead the leveraging advanced artificial intelligence and machine learning techniques. Similarly, the nation quantum mission was launched with a budget of 6,000 crore to foster innovation and build a robust ecosystem in quantum technologies. This will natural challenges before they strike. Last year, the launch of National Landslide Forecasting Center in Calcutta marked a major achievement for disaster preparedness in India. Soon this will help providing early warnings for landslide-prone areas across the country.
To make this even stronger, GSA also signed MOU with Italy in January 2025 to work together and research and skill building in landslide forecasting. For India, a country prone to earthquakes, floods, landslides, and cyclones, the geophysics is the dispensable in building resilience. Moving forward, we must expand its technology to transform disaster preparedness in India. Similarly, advancement in geophysics are crucial for India's rapid and sustainable infrastructure development, ensuring safer construction in mega cities, supporting the development of smart cities, enabling high-speed rail corridor, and facilitating projects to remove and challenging tertiary. India stands at the thresholds of new era in mining. In last 11 years, we have transformed the policy landscape of the mining industry and have opened floodgates of opportunities.
Under the leadership of the Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi, we have fully embraced the power of technology across the sector. It is our responsibility to ensure that such innovations become a standard practice in geophysical exploration. However, technology alone is not enough. Collaboration is the key progress. We must build stronger partnership between government, industry, academia, and research institutions. Friends, I request DGSI compile a definitive plan of action from the illuminating discussions that take place during this 2-day seminar. I do look forward to seeing some of the ideas being pushed by implementation with great pride and optimism. I now declare the Next Generation Geophysics 2025 conference open, wishing all of you productive, insightful, and inspiring for these 2 days ahead. I once again congratulate all the organizers and participants, especially GSA for convening this 2 days conference. Once again, thanks all the participants, national and abroad. I invite this great city of this motherland, and I think this 2 days conference will properly utilize
Geological Survey of India Southern Region to present the vote of thanks.
May I now request everyone to kindly be seated. To begin this joyous occasion on a harmonious note, we have a soul-stirring invocation song that will awaken our spirits. Before we begin our proceedings, let us invoke the blessings of Lord Ganesha, the remover of obstacles and the God of wisdom, knowledge, and prosperity. It is said that no auspicious event is complete without remembering Lord Ganesha. To ensure that this event unfolds smoothly and successfully, let us offer our prayers to him. Now I invite our training officers of 48th Orientation Course for Geologists, Shreya, Rohit, Nikhil, Saloni, Rahul, Payal, and Vartiga to lead us in the Ganesh Vandana. So let us welcome our training officers onto the stage for the invocation song.
गुणशरीराय गुणमण्डिताय धीमहि गुणधीशाय गुणप्रविष्टाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि
गानचतुराय गानप्राणाय गानान्तरात्मने गानोत्सुकाय गानमत्ताय गानोत्सुकमनसे
गुरुपूजिताय गुरुदेवताय गुरुकुलस्थायिने गुरुदेवताय गुरुकुलस्थायिने गुरुविक्रमाय गुह्यप्रवराय गुरुवे गुरुवे
गुरुदैत्यगलक्षेत्रे गुरुधर्मशदाराध्याय त्रे गुरुपाखण्डखण्डकाय
गीतसाराय गीततत्त्वाय गीतगोत्राय धीमहि गूढगुल्फाय गन्धमत्ताय गोजयप्रदाय धीमहि गुणातीताय गुणाधीशाय गुणप्रविष्टाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि
ग्रन्थगीताय ग्रन्थगेयाय ग्रन्थान्तरात्मने गीतलीनाय गीताश्रयाय गीतवाद्यपटवे
गेयचरिताय गायकवराय गन्धर्वप्रियकृते गायकाधीनविग्रहाय गङ्गाजलप्रणयवते
गौरीस्तनन्दनाय गौरीहृदयनन्दनाय गौरभानुसुताय गौरीगणेश्वराय
गौरीप्रणयाय गौरीप्रवणाय गौरभावाय धीमहि गोसहस्राय गोवर्धनाय एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय
Please, sir.
Thank you, Rahul. Good morning to all. Honorable Union Minister for Coal and Mines, Sri G. Kishan Reddy garu, Honorable Itala Rajendra garu, Member of Parliament from Malkazgiri Lok Sabha constituency, respected Director General GSI, Shri Asit Saha Sahab, distinguished dignitaries on the dais and in the audience, senior officials from the Ministry of Mines, GSI and allied organizations, eminent scientists, researchers, industry leaders, industry experts from India and abroad, sponsors, exhibitors, and young students. Ladies and gentlemen, namaskar, and very hearty welcome to each one of you present here to the next generation Geophysics 2025, Unlocking the Earth's Hidden Treasures, a conference exclusively dedicated to contemporary and futuristic geophysics, which is hosted by Geological Survey of India. It is our proud privilege to warmly welcome our Honorable Union Minister for Coal and Mines, Sri G. Kishan Reddy garu, whose visionary leadership and unwavering commitment over
हेलो ये भी काम कर रहे हैं ना हेलो ये ऑन नहीं है करो ये ऑन करो हेलो all the distinguished guests, delegates and participants, please assemble to the hall. We are going to start our next session soon. Please assemble as quick as possible. Volunteers hello all are requested to please come back to the conference hall. We are going to start the second phase of day 1 in few minutes.
तो ठीक है, सब देखा मैंने। और तो हम आपे काम तक उठाएगा लो भाई।
দুটো 25 শুরু করে দেবো নাকি?
शुरू করতে হবে না, আমি অনলাইনে দুটো সেশন আছে না, ওদের টাইমটা কল করব। Good afternoon, everyone. People who are waiting outside, please come into the hall. We are about to begin our next technical session, so all are requested to please be seated. अरे उल्टे जोनो सर एक कोई अटेंडर चाहिए, कॉइन का ग्लास चेंज करना पड़ेगा।
यहाँ पे
सुबह का है ना सर,
वो यूज नहीं किया कोई।
यूज
अच्छा अच्छा, तो क्या करना है, वही ग्लास लो के देना, वही नया ग्लास नहीं
हाँ वो तो देना पड़ेगा, चाहिए। आई थिंक ये यूज नहीं पानी है इसमें।
हमें अभी हाँ पैनल
सर वो अपडेट
ये यूज नहीं हुआ।
टाइम जोन में डिफरेंस हो जाएगा, अभी बाकी ज़्यादा लोग
नहीं आप फिनिश कर लीजिए, वो आएगा बाद में।
All are requested to please reassemble to the auditorium as quick as possible. We are going to start our afternoon session in next couple of minutes. Please come and take your seat.
सर अभी
কিন্তু এখানে দেবুদার এটা কোথায়?
দেবুদার আভেকান্ত
আভাইকান্ত
আসেনি, আর ভাঙার বাবুটাও তো আসেনি। ও বেটা একটু ডাক তো ওদেরকে।
দেবুদা জানে ওগুলো লিখতে? ঠিক আছে, চল স্টার্ট কর। Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back from the lunch break. It's my pleasure to introduce the chair for our afternoon session, Professor V. Chakravarti, Senior Professor and Head of the Center of Earth, Ocean and Atmospheric Sciences at University of Hyderabad.
A former senior scientist at CSIR NGRI, Professor Chakravarti holds a US patent for his pioneering work on 3D inversion of potential fields. He has published over 70 papers, guided numerous PhDs, and received several prestigious awards, including the CSIR Young Scientist Award, IGU Gold Medal, and National Mineral Award. So please join me in welcoming Professor V. Chakravarti to the stage.
Now please welcome our fourth speaker of day one at the Next Gen Geophysics Conference 2025, Dr. Breach Singh, a distinguished researcher advancing seismic innovation in hard rock environments. Dr. Singh is an assistant professor at the Institute of Geophysics, Polish Academy of Science, Warsaw, An alumni from IIT ISM Dhanbad, he began his career as a senior geophysicist in MECL before pursuing his cutting-edge research in Europe.
His work centers on advanced seismic imaging methods, Fresnel volume migration, coherency migration, reverse time migration, and full waveform inversion to resolve complex hard rock geology. Dr. Singh has contributed to major European projects like Cognitomine, Smart Exploration, and Seems Deep, and currently chairs the EAGE Young Professional Community. Today, he joins us virtually to present on seismic imaging of mineral-prone Colissima-layered igneous complex, northern Finland, highlighting how seismic innovations are transforming mineral exploration. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Singh from Poland. Mr. Bridge, you can share your screen.
Kindly be seated. To begin this joyous occasion on a harmonious note, we have a soul-stirring invocation song that will awaken our spirits. Before we begin our proceedings, let us invoke the blessings of Lord Ganesha, the remover of obstacles and the God of wisdom, knowledge, and prosperity. It is said that no auspicious event is complete without remembering Lord Ganesha. To ensure that this event unfolds smoothly and successfully, let us offer our prayers to him. Now I invite our training officers of 48th Orientation Course for Geologists, Shreya, Rohit, Nikhil, Saloni, Rahul, Payal, and Vartiga to lead us in the Ganesh Vandana. So let us welcome our training officers onto the stage for the invocation song.
गुणशरीराय गुणमण्डिताय धीमहि गुणधीशाय गुणप्रविष्टाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि
गानचतुराय गानप्राणाय गानान्तरात्मने गानोत्सुकाय गानमत्ताय गानोत्सुकमनसे
गुरुपूजिताय गुरुदेवताय गुरुकुलस्थायिने गुरुदेवताय गुरुकुलस्थायिने गुरुविक्रमाय गुह्यप्रवराय गुरुवे गुरुवे
गुरुदैत्यकलक्षेत्रे गुरुधर्मशदाराध्याय त्रे गुरुपाखण्डखण्डकाय
गीत साराय गीत तत्वाय गीत गोत्राय धीमहि गूढ़ गुल्फाय गंधमत्ताय गोजय प्रदाय धीमहि गुणातीताय गुणाधीशाय गुणप्रविष्टाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि
ग्रन्थगीताय ग्रन्थगेयाय ग्रन्थान्तरात्मने गीतलीनाय गीताश्रयाय गीतवाद्यपटवे
गेयचरिताय गायकवराय गन्धर्वप्रियकृते गायकाधीन विग्रहाय गङ्गाजलप्रणयवते
गौरीस्तनन्दनाय गौरीहृदयनन्दनाय गौरभानुसुताय गौरीगणेश्वराय
गौरीप्रणयाय गौरीप्रवणाय गौरभावाय धीमहि गोसहस्राय गोवर्धनाय गोपगोपाय धीमहि गुणातीताय गुणाधीशाय गुणप्रविष्टाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्री
Oil well data management in Nigeria to hydrogeological drilling for a $3.8 billion LNG project. Today he will present usefulness of acoustic borehole televiewer in site investigation, sharing practical insights from decades of applied subsurface work. Please join me welcoming Mr. Marinus Crostanje on stage. Sir, stage is all yours.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. I think you can hear me. So today my talk is about the usefulness of acoustic borehole televiewer in site investigations. Let's start with the first slide. And what we're going to cover today is basically the introduction to the televiewer. Then we talk about the data display and interpretation. We do a case study, and then we follow up with the conclusions and the recommendations. And then I will give a quick introduction on borehole instruments in general. So the acoustic televiewer, basically what it does is it provides images or image logs of the full circumference of the borehole wall. So we record the whole full borehole wall. We measure both the travel time and the amplitude of the formation. The data will give you high resolution data and also oriented data, which is important for structural information on items like bedding planes, fractures, faults, etc., and even on grain size. So what does an acoustic televiewer look like? On the left-hand side, you can see the tool. So what you have at the bottom is an acoustic transducer, which sends a signal up to a rotating mirror with the thick black line. The rotating mirror reflects the signal to the borehole wall. It bounces back and it will be measured in the tool. On the right-hand side, you can see horizontally the travel time and vertically the amplitude. So you get a strong amplitude when the signal leaves the tool and enters the borehole fluid, and an even stronger signal when it hits the borehole wall and bounces back to the tool. The tool also works in cased hole, especially in steel casing. So what you can see is you got two signals from the casing, the inner diameter and the outer diameter, and then a third signal from the borehole wall. The tool specification you can see here, it's a long list. I won't go through all the details, but a couple of the main items are the diameter of the tool is 40 millimeters or less than 2 inches, so we call them slim hole tools. The length is 1 meter 62 centimeters. The measurement point is 1.36 meters from the top of the tool, so almost at the bottom. The weight is less than 7 kilograms, and very important, the maximum temperature range is up to 70 degrees centigrade, and the maximum pressure is 200 bars. The borehole diameter that can be covered by the tool is between 2.5 inches up to 20 inches, depending on the borehole conditions. Okay, there's some more technical information below. One of the items I would like to point out is the azimuthal resolution. Yeah, we can measure up to 360 data points in the circle, so basically every 1 degree. And the tool has 3 magnetometers and 3 accelerometers, so the tool also measures the borehole deviation while it measures the acoustic signals. Okay, what kind of data do we see on the tool? So on the left-hand side, you can see the travel time. You can see the scale on the top is from 0 to 90 to 180 to 270 to 360 or 0. So it's basically the whole circumference of the tool, but then unwrapped. Yeah. The amplitude has the same scale from 0 to 90 to 180 to 270 to 0. Yeah. And in the amplitude, you can also see all the sinoids. Now, if you imagine on the right-hand side, you have the 3D caliper, a planar feature in a 3D borehole. In an unwrapped image, in the amplitude will be a sinoid. So basically what you do is when you interpret the data, you interpret the sinoids, which in true life are actually planar features. And again, the data is oriented, so you will end up with oriented structural data. So what do we measure? We measure the travel time, the time it takes to travel from the tool to the borehole surface and back. It's a function of the borehole size, and of course also the borehole fluid velocity. It can take up to 360 measurements in a circle. And if you know the borehole fluid velocity and you know the travel time, you can recalculate it back to a 3D caliper in millimeters or inches. The amplitude describes the strength of the reflected signal. It has the same resolution as the travel time. Yeah? And it is a function of the speed of sound wave and the density in the formation and the borehole fluid. Okay. Okay, so how do we normally display the data? On the left-hand side, what you typically display is the amplitude. You do the interpretation on the amplitude. You pick the sinoids in the amplitude. You can also give them classifications, in this case in blue and in green colors. You can display the sinoids as tadpoles, and for those of you who don't know what tadpoles are, it's a different way of displaying a structure. And the scale is from left to right is from 0 to 90. So on the left-hand side you have flat flying structures, and on the right-hand side you have steep structures. The tail of the tadpole is a dip direction. So if you look at the green tadpole right in the middle of the display with a big sinoid, you can see the dip is just over 80 degrees, and the dip direction is roughly to the south, to the southwest. You can also display all this data together in a polar diagram, yeah, which can give you an indication of the trends in the dip and the dip direction. You can also have different kinds of display, including rose diagrams and histograms. And on the right-hand side, you can also display the fracture frequency, so how many fractures per meter, which of course is very important structural information. So what is a typical workflow? A typical workflow is you do the structure picking in the software, then you can classify the structures, then you can display them as tadpoles, and for the classification you can actually see a typical classification here. Yeah, the blue tadpoles are major open joints, the green ones are minor open joints, and the black ones in this case are bedding. And then typically what you do is you display the rows of polar diagrams, the histograms, fracture frequency, aperture, because the software can also pick aperture over the different areas of interest. So now let's have a look at our case study. So the case study in this case is for a dam project in Malaysia, Peninsular Malaysia. And the geology of the area is basically sedimentary rocks and meta-sedimentary rocks ranging from conglomerates all the way down to sandstone, siltstone, and mudstones, and also some meta-sandstones. So why did we decide to use an acoustic televiewer? The acoustic televiewer was used to determine the general dip direction of faults and fractures, something that you can't do if you cut the core, because the core typically is not oriented. Yeah, it was used to determine the fracture density, to determine the amount of lost core in the area, and also the aperture size of the fractures in the area. So what do we see here in the first case study? Basically, you can see on the top we have a coarse-grained sandstone with open fractures, yeah, all the dark colors, and fine-grained sandstone with no fractures in the upper section. Basically, the light area in the middle is clearly a fine-grained sandstone, no fractures at all. And then we can also see some conglomerates in the lower section. Yeah, you can see here the conglomerates are starting at 12.9 meters. Yeah, and we can also see some fugs in the upper section. Yeah, and also in the lower section. Yeah, a major fug all the way at the bottom. So in this second example, we can find conglomerates in the top, and then medium to coarse-grained sandstone in the lower section. Yeah, we have some major steeply dipping joints in the upper section, almost 80 degrees to the south. Yeah, we can see some core loss, but even if we have core loss, the image log can still pick up the signal and still give a good quality signal. Yeah. We can also measure the rock impedance, which is basically a function of the amplitude, and basically a strong rock impedance gives little variety in the amplitude, and a weaker impedance gives more dark colors in amplitude, which indicates more fractures. Yeah, and again we can see a very clear transition between the conglomerate and the sandstone. In the third example, yeah, we can see within the conglomerate a lot of thin fractures dipping in all kinds of almost random directions. Yeah. The sandstone a bit further down shows hardly any fractures or no fractures at all. Yeah, and then in example number 4, in the upper conglomerate you can actually see individual conglomerate gravels, yeah, in the amplitude. Yeah, the rock quality is still pretty good, both in the conglomerate and the sandstone. Yeah, and in the conglomerate you can see hardly any fractures, while the sandstone shows some more fractures, and a lot of them quite steeply dipping. And in the last example, number 5, yeah, we can see high amplitude layer in the upper section and low amplitude layer in the lower section, and they're all dipping roughly in the same direction, all dipping to the south, as you can see clearly in the tadpoles, and of course also in the cyanoids. Yeah, so as a conclusion, I would say the image logs provided critical information about dip and dip direction of the fractures and the bedding planes without the need to fully core the whole borehole. So you can actually do the acoustic borehole logging without having to cut the core, yeah, thereby saving cost. Yeah. You can also calculate things like fracture frequency, fracture aperture, and rock impedance. They all come from the image log. Yeah, and this information is typically not available from core data. Okay, so now I want to give a bit of an introduction on geophysical borehole logging instruments and software. Yeah, so a bit of a background on this. Yeah, so the segments that are covered by the borehole logging instruments are typically basically anyone drilling a borehole, so mining, geotechnical, geothermal, groundwater, oil and gas, yeah, governments and even academic. Yeah, and especially nowadays geothermal is really picking up in some parts of the world. Yeah. In mining, we cover a wide range of minerals, including gold, iron, ore. I won't go through the whole list, but you can see there's a long list of items we can cover. Yeah. Mining also uses the borehole logging for geotechnical information, such as blast holes and dewatering. In the geotechnical world, we do a lot of things like wind farms, dams and bridges, highways, tunnels, etc. For example, in Malaysia, where I'm based, the acoustic teleview was used for fracture density measurements in limestone. Yeah. If there were too many fractures, basically they grouted the formation before they did the tunneling. Yeah. So now I want to cover a couple of the instruments. The first one is actually the acoustic borehole imager that we talked about already. Yeah, so I guess we could skip it. The only thing I would highlight as well is it can also come with a built-in gamma ray, yeah, which can be used for borehole correlation and also for lithology characterization. Yeah. The tool can also be used in cased hole for casing inspection, and in case of steel casing for casing thickness. Yeah. Another typical display of the acoustic televiewer. Yeah. In this case, some nice structures, tadpoles, polar rose plots, typical display. Another tool that we have is the optical borehole imager. Yeah. This tool works in dry boreholes or in clear water. The acoustic teleview works in
clean and dirty water, yeah, including muddy water. This tool works in clear water, but also in dry borehole. It's basically a camera on a tool. And if you come to our booth at our exhibition, we actually have a OBI, optical borehole imager, on display. Yeah. It can be combined with a gamma ray, but it can also be combined with a UV light source. Yeah. It measures just like the acoustic televiewer, 360 degrees continuous unwrapped digital pictures, yeah, oriented data, and it can be used, for example, for lithology characterization. Typical display here, you can see here the OBI image. What you also can do is you can analyze the colors of the image, assign certain minerals or lithologies to it, and do actually a classification on the percentage of the different components. Yeah. In this case, on the right-hand side, you can see the pyroxene, the quartz, etc. And then another tool that we have is the full waveform sonic. The full waveform sonic basically has one transmitter at the bottom and can have 3 or 4 receivers on the top. And the receivers basically measure the strength of the signal coming at the time of the signal coming to the receivers. And by combining the 3 or 4 receivers, you can actually do some noise reduction, and you can also filter out the travel time in the borehole fluid and only measure the travel time in the formation, which is basically what we're interested in. Yeah. What we measure here is the P and the S transit time. Yeah. You can see here in the nice image, you can see the stacked image of the 4 receivers. And you can very clearly see 2 peaks. The first one is the P wave, or the primary wave or pressure wave. The second is a shear wave. And what you end up with is a travel time or a transit time in microseconds per meter. Now, with the P and the S wave, and if you combine it with the density, you can calculate a bunch of geomechanical properties, including the Poisson ratio, the Young's modulus, the shear modulus, etc., etc. We have a couple of other tools that I won't mention here, but we have a full range of tools, including gamma ray, resistivity, caliper, spinner flow meter, so basically a complete range of logging tools. And basically this is the end of my presentation, and I want to thank you for your time.
Thank you, Dr. Rain, for your illuminating presentation. I have a basic question. Up to what distance from the borehole wall will we get the information?
For the acoustic teleview, the maximum borehole size would be about 20 inches or 50 centimeters. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, now it's open for discussion. Any quick questions, please?
Sorry. I think there's a mic coming on your left-hand side.
Just I would like to ask you one question that while drilling the things, you use bent net, some other muds are there. So that mud cake will form on the wall of the borehole. Can this have some impact on that while studying the structures and other things what you have told? Drilling mud?
Drilling mud.
Some impact?
If you have a really thick drilling mud, you're right. It's difficult to look through the drilling mud.
Yes,
I've seen cases where people did the logging like a few days after drilling,
They have to wash the
and the
things.
conditions were really, really bad. So we always recommend do the logging as soon as possible after you finish drilling.
Yes, that's correct.
One, for better quality, but also to avoid collapsing of your borehole. Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other? Good.
Sir, do we need any specialized tools for working in higher pressure and higher temperature environment like geothermal wells?
Okay, so we have 3 ranges of tools. The QL40, which is 40 millimeter in diameter. They go to 70 degrees Celsius and 200 bar. We have a QL43, which is 3 millimeters bigger in size, diameter. And they go to 170 degrees centigrade. And those are typically used in geothermal or deep mining. We also have a QL85 that goes 85 millimeter diameter, more than 3 inches. And that goes up to 300 degrees centigrade. But those tools are typically used in high temperature conditions like geothermal. Yeah. In countries like Indonesia, New Zealand, Japan, Iceland, they use these tools for geothermal steam production. Yeah.
Good afternoon. I just have 2 questions. One is we are using optical televiewer.
Yeah.
And another one we using this acoustic televiewer.
Yeah.
Okay. Both are working in the same principle or different principle. If they are working in same principle, then the analysis using this well CAD will be similar or different. So that is my first question. Another question is this velocity analysis and geomechanical properties. How you are correlating? Any means normalized system or any argument is there inbuilt? So that is my question. Means how you are using this velocity analysis with geomechanical properties.
Okay, let's go back to your first question. So the optical televiewer works with optical light, and it basically gives you a photograph of the borehole wall. It's like taking a photograph of the core, but then inside the borehole. The optical televiewer works in dry borehole, in air, and in clear water. The acoustic televiewer gives you a different kind of signal because it gives you an acoustic amplitude, the strength of the signal coming back from the borehole wall. So what you see in, I would say, is more indirect information because you can see, all you see is an amplitude, the strength of the signal coming back. If you have fractures, you can imagine if you have a borehole wall like this, and it's smooth, the signal hits the borehole and comes back, all of the signal comes back. If you have a fracture, some of the signal disappears into the fracture, less signal comes back, so you have a weaker amplitude. So I would say it's a more indirect kind of information that you get because all you get is like differences amplitude, which you need to interpret as a geologist. If you run both of them next to each other, you can see a lot of features in one which are coming back in the other. But things like lithology information you can see much better in the optical than in acoustic. The acoustic works much better, of course, in dirty water, in muddy water. So if you have muddy water, you have no choice, you have to use acoustic. And I would say also the acoustic has a much deeper range, because typically you have much more muddy water in your borehole. You don't have time or money to flush it out. So you do the logging in the muddy water, yeah, and you still get a good signal. Yeah. So what was your question, sorry, again, about the...
That is about the interpretation part, what he has asked.
Yeah. How to normalize them? Sorry.
Sir, how do you correlate, means from velocity into mechanical, geomechanical properties?
Okay, so
any normalized system is there, or any some mathematical formulas?
So there's some formulas which have been published by people like François and Young, and they are like fixed formulas which can be found in the literature, but also in the manual of the software. Yeah, and basically they're predefined formulas. So if you fill in the values for the P and the S slowness and the density, then automatically the software will calculate for you the different properties. Yeah, so the built-in predefined formulas. Yeah, if you're interested in this, we're actually developing a new version of the software with a geomechanical workspace. So if you're interested in the geomechanical part of it, in the next release coming out in a few weeks or next month, yeah, there will be a whole workspace fully dedicated on geomechanical properties. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rin, for your excellent presentation.
Okay, thanks everybody.
Thank you, Marinus Crostonje, for that highly practical presentation on acoustic borehole televiewer applications. Now we shift from borehole methods to broader geophysical techniques. For this, it's my pleasure to introduce our next virtual speaker, Mr. Richard Allen Morgan, a leading authority in potential field geophysics.
Mr. Morgan is the lead geophysicist at Bell Geospace, Houston, with over 15 years of experience in gravity, magnetic, and seismic data interpretation. His expertise in full tensor gravity radiometry has driven exploration breakthroughs at Chevron and Fugro. He now leads cutting-edge initiatives at Bell Geospace using full tensor gravity and machine learning for subsurface analysis. A frequent speaker at SEG, EAG, and AAPG, Mr. Morgan is known for his connecting advanced geophysics with real-world exploration outcomes. Today, he'll present online on the topic full tensor gravity for mineral exploration, from host structure mapping to a system scale insights. So please welcome Mr. Morgan. Sir, you can start. Mr. Morgan.
Okay, thanks everybody.
Yes, thank you. Are you able to see my screen?
Thank you, Marinus. Yes,
yeah, it's visible.
Highly practical presentation.
Great, thank you. Okay, so my presentation today is on full tensor radiometry for mineral exploration, from host structure to mapping system scale insights.
For this, it's my pleasure to introduce our next...
We live in a time of rapid technological advancement and geopolitical uncertainty, so securing the future demands a reliable and ethical supply of critical minerals. The raw materials essential for clean technologies, defense systems, and a digital infrastructure. But if we can't see what we're looking for, we will struggle to find it.
To build resilient supply chains, we must improve our ability to detect, map, and understand the geology that hosts these vital structures. I'm going to begin with a challenge. Modern mineral exploration requires imaging the entire structural system, not just the near surface ore zones, but the deep crustal features that channel upward fluid flow and control material deposition, or metal deposition. This presentation will focus on how FTG and source body migration will help understand the mineral systems and show a case history from the Bathurst Mining Camp of Canada, then show opportunities to survey potential analogs in India. Okay, so my presentation today is on full tensor radiometry for mineral exploration.
Let's start with the challenge. Exploration in 2025 is no longer about finding what's easy. It's about finding what's left. The next wave of discoveries isn't necessarily deeper or smaller, but they're not in the obvious places. They lie beneath cover, in geologically complex terrains, and in areas where surface signals no longer give away the full story. This schematic, adapted from Mr. Graham Banks, illustrates the shift in depth imaging for minerals. The upside-down thundercloud represents the deep source region of a mineral system. The lightning strikes depict fault-controlled migration pathways, those elusive conduits that transport fluids from source to trap. Our real challenge today isn't just locating the mineralization, it's decoding connectivity. We must trace the architecture of the entire mineral system from source along hidden or blind structures to the eventual deposit. That means understanding how the fluids moved, where they stalled, and what structure and lithological conditions control their path. FTG offers a solution. It delivers the resolution needed to illuminate the deeper, subtler architecture of the mineral systems, mapping faults under cover, detecting structural corridors, and guiding us beyond what's already known
towards what's still possible. Traditionally, geophysics have been used to find these low-hanging fruit with deposits being shallow. Geophysics has been at the forefront, it has been on the fore on this and has led to many success stories worldwide. However, surveys tend to be patchy or postage stamp size and localized, making it challenging to map the connectivity between the occurrence due to insufficient data. It's not giving us the big picture story. This has led to a renewed focus on the deployment of regional scale geophysics, particularly gravity and magnetic surveys. These methods are excellent for mapping large-scale features at depth and across broad areas. However, their resolution is often insufficient to reduce uncertainty when it comes to identifying subtle extensions of known resources or discovering new deposits that lie along strike
or within more nuanced structural trends. The deployment of magnetotellurics, or MT, and other low-resolution geophysical methods have been valuable for identifying the outlining the presence of deep-seated structural source rocks. However, due to the limited resolution, these techniques primarily reveal the broad regional characteristics of the subsurface rather than the detailed architecture needed to guide precise targeting. So there's a need to map the connectivity between the deep and the shallow. In other words, there's a need for technologies to bridge the knowledge gap, to map the blind structures and to provide us with a more complete picture of the mineral system. Our own experience at Bell Geospace is that full tensor radiometry offers a mechanism to bridge that knowledge gap. And when combined with other geophysical methods such as EM and magnetics, we map a more informed mineral system. The inverted thunderstorm does offer a powerful visual metaphor for understanding the mineral systems. It helps us conceptualize the entire vertical profile from deep metal-rich source regions to the near-surface zones where deposits form. But unlike actual lightning, fluid flow in the earth isn't chaotic. It follows structurally controlled pathways, faults, fractures, and lithologic contacts, which act as conduits, channeling metal-bearing fluids from source to trap. To discover the next generation of deposits, we can't just focus on what's exposed to the surface. We do need to illuminate these pathways. That brings us to the next key concept, hydrothermal alteration and how we detect it. As fluids migrate through the crust, they leave behind a signature. Chemical alteration and and measurable changes in physical properties, especially a reduction in bulk density due to leaching replacement or volume change. Here's the opportunity. Full tensor gradiometry is uniquely capable of detecting subtle density variations at depth, precisely the kind associated with hydrothermal alteration zones. So the question we're now asking is, can FTG image these alteration pathways, deep structurally controlled zones that reveal the architecture of the mineral system? If we can, it shifts our exploration strategies from chasing deposits to understanding the mineral system that forms them. Before we dive into FTG's role, let's take a moment to compare what conventional gravity, or TZ, and full tensor gradiometry actually measures. Conventional gravity surveys measure a single value, the vertical component of gravitational acceleration, or GZ, and it's useful for identifying broad-scale density variations, but it lacks directional information and spatial resolution. FTG, on the other hand, measures all gradients of the gravity fields, essentially how gravity changes in every direction. That includes TZZ, or the vertical gravity gradient, TXX, TYY, and TXY, the horizontal curvature and shape, and TXZ and TYZ, which are gradients across boundaries. This gives us an unprecedented view of the geometry, edges, and continuity of subsurface features, especially when useful when detecting fluid migration pathways, structural traps, and subtle alteration zones. So this is basically a schematic that shows the signal that we are picking up for subsurface structures. What we're showing on the left image is a diatreme with a 2.0 grams per cubic centimeter density that is contrasting with a granite that's around 2.6 grams per cubic centimeter, and we do see the signal differences in what traditional gravity would pick up, which is the dotted black line in the profile, whereas the full tensor gradiometry signal is much more pronounced. So we are measuring quite higher amplitudes with the full tensor gradiometry than you would with traditional gravity or ground methods. So source body migration, this is a relatively new method to predict subsurface geometries. So source body migration repositions observed gravity gradients into subsurface space, treating observations as visual sources to reveal the geometry of underlying density bodies. By applying upward continuation, shallow noise is suppressed and deeper structural patterns emerge more clearly. Skeletonization then extracts the central axes of these features, highlighting potential migration pathways and connectivity within the system. This approach enhances interpretation by reducing complexity and exposing core architecture of mineralizing systems. So here we're moving on to the case history for the Bathurst Mining Camp. This is a working example of a multiphysics approach from the New Brunswick and Canada. The Bathurst Mining Camp is one of Canada's oldest mining districts. The mineralization style at BMC is VMS, volcanic massive sulfide deposits, where the deposits are shallow, being at the surface or just below a thin, discontinuous sedimentary layer. There are 46 known deposits and many more occurrences. 70% of these were discovered in the 1950s, and the mineralization style is dominantly lens-shaped pods or stringers forming principally along the east-northeast and north-northwest strike-slip fault trends in the area. Airborne mag and EM data were collected over many survey campaigns in the 1990s and instrumental in the delineation of key geological trends. The geological maps generated from the magnetic and EM data were supported by information from many drill holes and surface mapping. And we clearly see from the EM and the MAG data how instrumental their anomaly patterns proved to be in the building of the geological maps. FTG data was acquired in 2004 to support exploration activity at the time and to help locate and map the presence of additional deposits. The single pattern largely supports what is, or the signal pattern largely supports what is mapped for MAG and EM, but there's added complexity. Our analysis of the data identifies depth sensitivity around 400 meters below the surface and imaging deeper geology and with greater clarity than that detected with MAG or EM. One such area is to the west, and we see how the anomaly pattern, albeit subtle, is coherent and detecting geological information not visible from either the MAG or the EM data. Another area, again to the southwest, is mapping linear trends, also subtle, not evident in the magnetics or EM. We can see this more clearly by zooming in on the northern area. The full tensor radiometry delineates subtle but coherent east-northeast oriented linear anomalies that follow the known mineralization trend at a depth of 400 meters below the ground. The usage of multiphysics is a fantastic example of prospectivity, or mapping prospectivity at a district scale, bringing geological knowledge, the geological knowledge gap between known deposits and the near surface, and also at depth by locating additional structuring leading to a greater understanding on the distribution of mineralization and mineralization mechanisms. Now let's move on to the source body migration. The skeletonization output is shown in the lower center of the slide for the entire BMC area.
That's the one that we see outlined by this black wireframe. And the upper left shows both positive density, which are shades of red, and negative density, which are shades of green and blue. And this lower left image is inverted to show deeper connection. And we do see a correlation to some of the known trends, which I've digitized from our geologic map in the lower right. These fault trends and the arrows are pointing to the Camelback VMS deposit, where we can actually see a local manifestation of a high, but at depth, when we look at it from below of this 3D product, we see a low density linear trend that's linked to the near surface. When we plot the known VMS deposits over the entire area, the black circles are shown overlying this 3D volume. We start to see some very strong trends appear, and we're seeing this linkage of this deeper alteration zones. So particularly in the lower center, you'll see a cluster of points that are roughly west-southwest to east-northeast. This is the Heath-Still trend. Those are very beautifully delineated by the source body migration. So we observe, well, in summary, from the Bathurst mining camp case history, full tensor radiometry does reliably map the known VMS deposits along with their host structures, and skeletonization of the FTG data delineates subsurface linear trends beneath the majority of these deposits, and which is consistent with the association of lower density zones correlating to fluid migration pathways which have experienced alteration. So now we know FTG can be utilized to map these alteration zones with known VMS deposits. Let's take a look at analogs within India. So the North Ara Valley Delhi Fold Belt is an analog to BMC VMS deposits being hosted within felsic volcanic rocks.
Hydrothermal alteration of such felsic rocks should produce similar anomaly patterns from the skeletonized FTG data if such data is acquired. So it has advantages of being able to see beneath relatively thick sedimentary cover, which may be a challenge for EM and magnetic methods. And it also offers the advantage of being unaffected by cultural noise. The Singh boom area would also be a great candidate to utilize full tensor gradiometry data to map alteration zones hosting uranium and rare earth elements. So as of today, we are currently mobilized and are acquiring data in Canada for uranium mineralization, and this trend, this method of using the skeletonization is effective at even seeing the alteration zones, how they continue beneath the surface. That can be useful for planning drilling exploration methods to follow the alteration zones beneath the surface. Also in the Bastar Craton, it would be a great candidate to utilize FTG for iron ore, copper, gold deposits. So we have flown a reconnaissance survey for petroleum exploration within the Bastar area. However, the resolution for mineral exploration would need to be much higher. I would suggest 100 to 300 meter line spacing, but that will depend on the target objective on how tightly the line spacing needs to be to detect individual objectives for each survey. The Darwar Craton also holds mineral systems within the greenstone belt. An alteration of mafic minerals are expected to produce the density contrast favorable for FTG detection of these fluid migration pathways. And also the gradiometry can see structures beneath the deck and traps. So we have flown surveys over areas with shallow and relatively thick, thick sedimentary sequences are detected beneath the Deccan traps in the northwest of India. So the strategic value of full tensor gradiometry is that we have one data set that offers the detectability of structures with multiple depths and dimensions. It complements magnetic, electromagnetic, and aeroborne electromagnetic data for multiphysics clarity, and it offers a high value for both early stage and advanced projects. The full tensor gradiometry's role in mapping mineral systems is an advantage rather than just focusing on the ore zones. And that gives us a bigger picture understanding of what we're trying to map out. And as for a summary and call to action, full tensor gradiometry plus source body migration allows us to perform system scale targeting. The Bathurst mining camp proves its value in complex mineral belts, and India does stand to benefit. The Singh boom, Bastar, North Aravalli, and Darwar areas are ideal candidates for full tensor gradiometry acquisition and source body migration. And although I'm showing a postage stamp honoring the Geological Survey of India, let's steer clear from the postage stamp size surveys and try to get a bigger picture understanding of these mineral systems. It will be to our advantage to get that bigger picture and to lead to the discoveries of the future. And thank you for your time. Do I have any questions?
Thank you, Ellen, for your excellent talk. You have demonstrated the use of FTG in the resource exploration at various scales. Thank you very much. Now it is open for discussion. Quick questions.
Thank you.
Please. Mike, please.
What you've described as skeletonization, could you just give that a mathematical definition in terms of the spatial derivatives? I mean, I guess I've got a sense of what is meant, but are you able to define that mathematically?
This workflow, or the source body migration, It has been published. This is leading from the work of Dr. Mikhail Zhdanov from the University of Utah. There are many resources online to be able to see the mathematical methods to at least to perform the source body migration. The skeletonization, however, we developed that internally, and it's a proprietary.
Right.
But it's basically just taking the central axes of each of these geometric shapes that are being forward modeled in the subsurface.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, if no questions are there, thank you, Ellen.
Thank you, Mr. Richard
welcome.
Allen Morgan, for your enlightening presentation on full tensor airborne gravity radiometry and its application in subsurface imaging.
Now please welcome once again on stage, or virtually on stage, our sixth speaker of day one at this conference, Dr. Breach Singh, a distinguished researcher advancing in seismic innovation, especially in hard rock environments. And today he joins virtually to present on the seismic imaging of mineral-prone Kalishma layered igneous complex in northern Finland. So join me in welcoming Dr. Breach Singh virtually from Poland.
So, Mr. Bridge, you can start.
Yeah, I hope this time it's visible and
Yeah, it's visible.
I'm audible, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Totally
thank you.
visible.
Hello, everyone. Yeah, I'm extremely sorry for earlier. There was a technical problem that I could not share, but thank you very much. And today I will be mainly talking on the seismic part for the mineral exploration, and the main area which I will show is the Koillismaa layered igneous complex from northern Finland. This will not be a presentation mainly on what the technical details are, but it's like I will try to provide an overall picture of seismic application in the hard rock environment. Let's start the presentation. This is the outline of the talk. I will shortly say about the motivation, and we will try to understand the hard rock environment from the seismic point of view. Then we will see the challenges that we face while we apply the seismic in the hard rock environment, and then we will jump to the main layered igneous complex example from the Finland, and I will finally conclude. So here is a motivation. I took this slide for a base metal exploration in Australia, and what you see on the bottom is the year, and it starts from 1900 and up to 2015 or so, and then on the left y-axis you see this depth. And what we observe here, that the depth of exploration is mainly concentrated, both greenfield and brownfield are concentrated on the very shallow subsurface. And I'm glad that now I'm presenting after Alan, because he has summed up most of these points already in his presentation, that we need to now go deeper, and we need to find and image these very compact mineral deposits, which are often not possible when we use the airborne or ground-based electromagnetic methods, because we don't simply get those resolution. But seismic can do this job, and it is the only method that can provide you an subsurface information at that depth that you want or you require to image those deposits. So how did the seismic eventually started in the hard rock environment? It is actually all by accident, and this is the work which I'm showing from the Sudbury Basin, in which they were looking for they were studying rather the acoustic properties of the rock, and what they observed that with depth, the grade of the metamorphism was increasing. And what they observed that for all these different lithologies, with depth, their velocity increased because the density actually increased. And what they find out that if the reflection coefficient, it means the acoustic impedance contrast between one lithology to the another, if it is at most 6%, it should be able to be detected at the surface. And with this basis, there was a study which came up from Canada, from there, and it was in 2000. Although the first report internally was from Geological Survey of Canada in 1993, and after this first pilot study was done, it was followed by many different volcanogenic massive sulfide targeting in different regions. And based on this very preliminary work, in 2003, actually, the Society of Exploration Geophysics, they published a book summarizing all this early development. And since this publication, we have realized that there are many more places that this method was done, mainly to target these minerals which are more than 500 meters. And then we also have, it was followed by a lot of different, mainly 3D surveys from the 2000s across different mining camps. Those are mainly in the beginning, mainly in Canada, Australia, and South Africa. And in order to visualize it, here is a map of these different studies. And I have taken this map from this study, 2012 by Ali Reza Malemir. And you can see that these different 2D and 3D surveys, they are in Australia, South Africa, mainly in Canada. And also you see that this is on the Scandinavian countries where the lithology is quite, the geology is quite good for testing this method. And what here is important to note that all these studies are on the direct, or let's say that on the site characterization and delineation of mineral exploration and mine planning, and all these involves active seismic. But since then, this application of seismic has been implemented on very different scale, that is for nuclear waste disposal sites, when you're trying to find such geologies, and then also for geothermal, because the environment is same. And this is what my objective today for the presentation is, to more or less give you a way to understand the hard rock environment. And the application could be different, but understanding the overall hard rock environment is more important. So what are the few challenges that we see in the hard rock environment? The first three, which is the near surface heterogeneity, low signal to noise ratio, and the scattering of the seismic wave. This is a problem related to the subsurface, which means this is a problem that is arise because of the hard rock environment. And this needs to be tackled with better acquisition, with better data processing, in short, I mean, with technical developments. And what the other bottom four are mainly are the physical restrictions, because we have to be careful that we are on land, not anymore in marine, like how you see in oil and gas exploration. So we have to be really, really careful with a lot of things. But for example, when we go for exploration, there could be existing mining infrastructure. So there will be a lot of noise which will come and it will contaminate your data. Often designing a very optimal 2D, 3D survey is very problematic because of the terrain. You come across open fields, then there will be local settlements, thick forest. You will not have permits given to you. So this will eventually end up in your lines will be very coarse. You could get very inadequate offset, and there is a lack of azimuthal coverage to target your minerals. So that would really impact your results. And in order to understand what I am pointing out here, rather than just simply saying what I did, I took up an example case study that I did in 2019. It is from the Kililahti mine in Finland, and this mine belongs in the eastern Finland. What is here is the famous Outokumpu ore belt. This is a volcanogenic massive sulfides, and there is an active mine, which is the Kililahti mine. And if you will see about this mineral deposit,
it is based on drilling mainly, and what we see, there is a very thin sulfide ore lens, which is roughly mapped until 800 meters, but it is really, really thin, 10 to 50 meter of thickness. And this is a challenge, that how to map it and how to detect actually the direct mineralization. Was it possible or not with the seismic? And another challenge which is posed, that if you see this ore, this is like almost vertical, and this is very tightly folded and faulted system, because if you see, this is a cross section which I'm saying here, and you see that these are all the different faults with different lithologies, and these faults are really, really good reflectors. So there is a very little chance that this energy will go, and you will get some positive reflections from this ore. So this is one of the most difficult mineralization that I have come across. And when you go to the field, even knowing everything, you will come across something like this. This is a very thick forest. Now, one thing to note is that we are talking about a mining environment or a mining industry. And most of the seismic was developed by the oil and gas and in the marine, mostly in the marine environment. So it's very different. First is that we cannot on land just clear lines, cut trees, and make like a proper 3D survey. Then there are other things that what I previously said, like getting permissions, putting an optimal design and everything. And within this, and this is the fieldwork of the same Chililakti mine that we did 2016. And what here you will see that you have the thick forest and there are open fields. There are often, in most of the part, there are lakes, there are swamps. We cannot, there is a logistics is a problem, that we cannot cut straight lines. We actually have to carry all these receivers, both wired and these wireless systems, on our back. And each of these like is 2 or 3 kilometers, 2 to 3 kilograms. So one person can take like 3 to 4, and you have to walk on foot. Then there are often, the most important is your source, because what we want is not to damage the environment. We want to get the best quality data. Often it is vibro-sized, but then in this dense forest, we don't have that privilege. So wherever possible, we do use the vibro-size, but often we also complement it with the dynamite shots, for which getting permission and using them is another big challenge. But if once you are able to be successful and you were able to get your data from it, then there are often some things which comes where you have to be really innovative and then just hope that if it will work. For example, there are many often cases then when we are in the brownfield study, there are people living right next to it, and that is a problem, that how to design in this survey and how to, and then for many places you just put your sources and receiver wherever it is possible, and then you just hope that you would be successful. And out of everything, when you are done and record this data, you will come up something like this. This is a raw data. And anybody who has worked with seismic, I guess mostly people from oil and gas industry, if you will show this data, they will be in complete shock, because the problem is that you will be asking, where are the reflections? Although there are few on the very bottom that I have marked by these black arrows, which are not so well visible, but at least they are very coherent. So we see that it's a signal. But imagine that this is a 2 seconds of the data. And 2 seconds, if I roughly convert for the hard rock, this is almost around 5.5, 6 kilometers. We are not interested in what is at 5.5, 6 kilometers. We are interested in somewhere here. And those are missing. And that is what requires a very careful processing of the data. And for this data, I can show you what it is after the full processing, and you can see that still there are some improvements in the very shallow section, but still there are no coherent reflectivity. And for a very new person, you might think this is all noise, but if you will be involved in much more, if you will dedicate much more time, you will have a much better command. But often what we wanted is something like this, which are like really good reflectivity. But this is an example from an oil and gas shot gather, and what you see in here is completely day and night different. Then there is another question which is to be solved, which is related to the structural complexity of your of the setting and the noise related to it. So here on the left, I have these three different structural complexity, and then what we are doing is adding the noise in the data. And then if you will go from almost no noise to 100% noise, and somewhere we are always ending up in somewhere here 40 to 50%, and then you can already see that even though after the imaging of the subsurface, it's really hard to interpret or do any kind of interpretation on the data. So this is also a really big challenge. So what are the developments, how we are tackling these issues?
So the very first sentence is that the standard way of processing this data is something what we call the time domain processing, which means we have everything processed in time. So let's say your end result will have a reflector at say 1 second, and then you simply multiply it by time, and you convert it to depth. And this is usually by dip move out correction, which takes care of this really steep dipping, and then you finally do the post-stack migration. This is the very standard way. And this works perfectly, and most of the examples which you will find, or which I was mentioning earlier, of all those studies, you will see that all of them you will find with a time domain processing, because most of them are with a very simpler geology. What does it mean? That the dips are really gentle. So it works perfectly. But in the case of the Kililakti, you will see that we need to go for something called as depth domain imaging, which means that we first convert all the reflectors that we see in the shot gathers in depth, and then we migrate them to make the final image. But this method requires a very good velocity model to do that. And what I mean by this, first let me show you what I mean by this time and the depth, and how important it is from the same Kililakti mine. What you see is on this figure is the time domain process data, and on this here is the depth domain data. And what we see is from this previous figure is that this is actually the envelope of the host rock, and this is where our mineralization is. And what we hoped for is that after processing this data, we should have some reflectivity, which should have been here. But in any of the method that we tried for the time domain method, it did not work out. And this is why we need to go for the depth domain migration, because it can handle the complex geological setting much more, because it can account for a velocity which varies vertically but also horizontally. And you can see if you compare both of them, there is this reflectivity which is now actually up to 1.5 kilometers. And earlier this mineralization is like up to 800 meters. So this is one very big key message that we were able to deliver from this work, is that as soon as the seismic will go mainstream and people will start using it, they must be aware what kind of geological setting is and how the mineralization is, because often it will be the case that if the standard procedure is being followed, it will not give you what you expect from seismic. But often this is not the case, because you might not always end up in this extremely difficult situation. And that was part of my study as well from the Ludvika mines in the central Sweden. And you can see that there is already a working blood variate mine, and we use this existing RODEM network to build this pseudo 3D image. And you can see that in this case, this hematite and magnetized mineralization was quite gently dipping, like around 45 degrees, and they are quite flat as well. So any kind of seismic source should have received very good signal from this mineralization. And actually that is often the case, that this is a raw gather, and you can see this very good reflectivity which is reflections which are coming from this mineralization. And if we just process this data, what we can see is that we are here for this red arrow, that we are very nicely imaging this reflectivity. We have also some reflectivity on the bottom, which was not known. And we also could be able to know the geometrical nature of this mineralization, which is, you can see that it is up to a few hundred meters. The very interesting thing when we use seismic for this study is that this mineralization was known based on drilling up to 800 to a kilometer. And after that, the Nordic iron ore, which holds this mine, was hopeful that this goes beyond 1,500 meters. But when we did the seismic, you see that we were able to image this very big regional fault, and which was completely unknown before we did it. And this was a very big takeaway from the seismic, that it actually does not go, and it completely changes the future of the mine. We were also able to map a lot of different features in very shallow region as well. And after this, so this is clear that we must, for challenging environment, we must go to depth domain imaging. And as it requires it's a good accurate velocity model, there are often people using first arrival travel time tomography, which you often come across for all the seismological studies. But I was able to push the new cutting edge method, something like full waveform inversion, which is a standard for the oil and gas industry, for building this high resolution velocity model. And along with this, building a good velocity model, I was also able to work on a more advanced migration method, which is reverse time migration. So combining FWI and RTM, this is now like set of a standard in the oil and gas industry, but was not at all researched in the mineral exploration. And both methods use much more of a wave physics based rather than a simple ray approximation theory, which we use in the first arrival tomography, or often when you see the imaging results from the seismic study, they involve this Kirchhoff migration. So the FAT and the Kirchhoff is ray-based, whereas FW and RTM is wave equation-based. So let's go quickly to our Koillismaa-Liard igneous complex. It is in the eastern Finland. We are very close to the Russian border. And what is interesting here is that we have two exposed intrusions, the Narankavara intrusion and on the left, the Koillismaa intrusion. What they did is that in the 50s and 60s, when they were doing the gravity and aeromagnetic survey, what they discovered is that this anomaly, which I am showing it here, and this arises a question that, are they joined together, or there is another feeder zone just in this region? And because this is an igneous complex, it's also a mafic deposit. It's often a very, very good source for copper, nickel, and platinum group of elements. There is also vanadium, titanium. And from European point of view, these are critical raw materials, and they are on focus of this. And this anomaly, if you see, is 50 to 60 kilometers long. And if I just zoom in, there is a drill site. There is only one single borehole available. And if I show you this gravity
anomaly over here, there is another interesting thing that we observed here is the magnetic, that they do not coincide with each other. And if I also draw the magnetic and I go back and forth, you will see that they are not exactly at the same place. They are little bit, the magnetic is a bit offset in the south than the gravity. And then there are more questions about this kind of like fractures or lineaments that we observed, and there was no explanation why do they are here and what do they mean. And another interesting feature is this iron mineralization, which goes almost parallel to this anomaly. So having said that, based on this gravity data, here is the geological description that we have the Archean basement. We have this iron mineralization. There are different faults and fractures.
So what this is from the surface geology. So what is this is actually a model surface of this mafic intrusion. And this modeling was done mainly based on the gravity data and using the constraint from this one single borehole. And what it turned out to be a tunnel-shaped structure, and they have very steep dips on both of the sides. And overlying this mafic intrusion is the granites, and then granites are overlain by the Archean basement. And this is what we knew before we do and go the seismic over there. So obviously, while going there, we have to obviously look at this whole local conditions. You already see that there are this thick forest, there are lakes, so there are swamps, there are hills in this area. So we considered everything. But for the 2D survey, what we did is mainly use the existing roads which were in this area. So these are the two roads, and this is the borehole. So one line 1000, is actually perpendicular, and one is parallel to this anomaly, which is line 2000. So if we would be doing seismic quite rightly, we should have some signature from this anomaly along this line 1000. This is important to remember. So here is another view that this is the line 1000, and we should have this some kind of this arcuate reflection from here if this structure actually exists like this. So once again, and then before going over there, we obviously have to do the petrophysical study that to know if seismic will work. And we found out that yes, this peridotite pyroxenites, they are which are way more acoustically. The impedance contrast is much higher than the granites, which are overlying the mafic intrusion, and we should have a very good reflections from the mafic intrusion. Another thing to note is that it's almost a very high velocity that starts from a very shallow surface. It's a big challenge for seismic how to deal with it. Usually in sedimentary bases, you start with 1.5, 2 kilometer, and then gradually it exceeds. But here it's like really high. And we can see from the data, from the borehole data, that we have the Archean basement, and we have some of the dikes that present. This is cross-cutting. And then we have mainly granites, and then we have the ultramafic rocks that we are getting at somewhere around 1.4, 1.5 kilometers. So in the field, it looks something like this. So this is the 3-component receivers that we use for the 2D survey. This is the vibro-sized truck that we used. Often at some places where the vibro-sized truck could not go, we have a very light source. But the environment looks like this, and this is a big problem for coupling of the source and the receivers both. And instead of, if you remember earlier, these 2-3 kilograms of very big, heavy receivers, with technological development, we have something now as these are called strides, which are 150 grams on average. So, which means that one person can carry 40 to 60 of them in one go, instead of just 3 to 4 or 5 of the previous systems that you can take. So it makes your logistics quite simple and makes your acquisition quite fast. And surprisingly, the data quality, when we checked for them, these small receivers with this more established one, I would say, they are quite good. So here is the typical acquisition and the processing sequence, and these are very much tailored to process this hard rock data for the mineral exploration. Probably the most, I would just want to highlight that the most difficult part is this, which is refraction statics, what we call, and this actually takes care for this very shallow weathering layered zone, which exists in the very top. Hardly it is 15, 20 to maximum 40 meters, but it contaminates the data the most. This is a very big problem in the hard rock data. Often, if you can drill below this, but you cannot, it's not practical. So we are always shooting and receiving our data in this weathering zone. So we have to take care of it quite well, I would say. And here is the data. Again, this is for the line 1000, and this is for the line 2000. And again, if you will just concentrate on here, it's very hard. If you are very new, it's almost impossible that you would be able to see this raw data. But here on the bottom is a process data after processing. And if I will go this, and you will see that it's a bit now well visible. And now let's look quickly at the results. So I'm showing it for line 2000. What we see is a very horizontal reflector at 2.5 kilometers. We have some of the regional faults that we were able to map for line 2000. There are some of the very shallow reflectors that are on the surface. This is for line 2000 that we get. And then for the line 1000, which is more interesting, is that you see that we actually get this image of an arcuate reflector. And the depth is quite good. It's like 1.8, 1.7 kilometers. If you remember, we were getting the ultramorphic rocks at this depth. But also there are these shallow reflectors that are moving up deep, and then there are also a lot of regional reflectors that are going up to 4 to 5 kilometers. So this is at crude what we get. But technically, our aim is to also improve this. So obviously, we can build a velocity model. So this is for line 2000 and line 1000, and you see that it is from the travel time tomography, which I was telling, and you see that it's almost a 1D velocity model, because as I was saying that the very high velocities start from the very shallow surface. So you see this velocity difference in a very shallow part up to hardly 400, 300 meters, and then it becomes a 1D velocity model. But on the other hand, if we use this full waveform inversion, you see that the details goes much deeper, and you start to see some of the structural features. So in principle, if we will use this, it should give us a better image. So here, same ray-based migration with a ray-based velocity, and this is the same figure that we saw earlier with all this reflectivity. And if we go the same simple velocity model but with an advanced migration method, you will see that there is a lot better focusing of the result. And if this is true, then if we will give it a very good velocity model, which is from FWI, which is more detailed, it should focus more. And indeed, that was the case. So if we go back and forth, we do get a very good velocity model. So from very simple to very advanced. Let's look at this in the 3D. So we see this, all these features, that there is an arcuate reflector, there is a flat reflectivity, there is an down-dipping reflectivity, we have some shallow reflectors, and when we matched with the borehole data, this is exactly where the mafic intrusion is. And if I rotate this figure from the other side, you see that we have this kind of very regional faults. So it gives us a lot of information on this area. And just for your information, it's again this line 1000 is this, and for this one is the parallel line. And if I now put the earlier known model surface, what we see is that this fits, but all the other reflectivity actually is not, because you see that they are cross-cutting. So it means that this is not what we thought as a single lithological unit with such kind of steep dips. This is not the case. And based on this seismic data, if we go, we can update this velocity model on the reflectivity. We are now also imaging all this iron ore mineralization. So our knowledge, this is the big thing, that the knowledge of the area and all this structural information is completely enhanced what we have thought. So if I go back and forth again, that you could see the difference, it is quite contrasting, that how much seismic can give you. And this is just a picture of this ultramorphic, usually this kind of deposit, and it's quite similar. So, and this is just another difference between what we have initially and what we were able to get from simple 2D seismic study. So at the end, I will just conclude is that the hard rock seismic is now a well-established method. We have many case studies. Drill hole data is significantly very, very important, but it does also, on the other hand, reduces the number of drills that you want in your area. It is also established that now you can use successfully seismic for direct mineral targeting. You can also use for site characterization, for mine planning, for geothermals, and etc. We also see that the standard way of processing the data in complex setting will fail. So we need to go for very good velocity model and better imaging techniques. That's what we see in case of FWI and RTM. And again, between 2D and 3D seismic, 2D seismic is actually very, very beneficial for regional assessment. When we want to focus on the detailed targeting, only then I think 3D is recommended. Finally, this is the acknowledgement, and thank you for your attention. Any question is welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Brij Singh, for your excellent presentation on how seismics is helpful in targeting the mineral sources in parts of the Finland. You have made an excellent presentation. Now the session is open for discussion. Some few questions, please.
Thank you, sir, for a wonderful presentation. My question is, what should be the minimum thickness of an ore body that can be mapped by a 3D or a 2D seismic data?
Yes, as we see that in this example, the first one of Kililakti, it was just 10 to 50 meters, but the main thing what we need to see that what is the effective energy that is reaching, so in terms of frequency. So the higher the frequency, the less thin bodies can be resolved. But we also know that Earth always acts as a high-cut filter, so with depth, actually we lose the high frequency content of the signal. So if the frequency is low, then obviously not very thin targets, but if you are able to have a very high frequency signal which reaching up to your deposit and is successfully you are able to catch it on the surface, then you are able to do it. And we have now Weber size sources, so you can stack the same shot to increase also your signal to noise ratio, and we can go as up to typically 120 to 160 hertz that we see, and that is enough because the target is often 1.5 to 2 kilometers.
Okay, thank you, sir.
So you are telling about the depth migration and the velocity analysis. So what is the CDP interval, common depth point, did you adopt for carrying out?
Yes, because, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, the CDP interval for carrying out velocity analysis.
Yes, so this, in the case of the Koilisma, which I showed, we have shots at every 30 meters, and we have receivers at every 50 meters. So the shots were every second receiver interval, and after a few initial testing, the CDP was 7.5 meters. We have to keep it quite short, which is half of the receiver spacing, because the dips are very steep and the velocities are really, really high. So 7.5 gave us, based on these two parameters, the best result, but also then the fold is quite uniform. So obviously the highest in middle of the survey and then lower on towards the end.
Okay, 7. And another thing, for 3D migration, I mean, how much time will it take for pre-stack Kirchhoff's time migration, depth migration?
Kirchhoff migration is really, really fast. It's one of the most fastest method because the principle is quite simple. I cannot say absolutely how much time, but it's one of the most fastest. If you are going for the depth migration, if you use Kirchhoff, it will be the most fastest of all the other migration methods in depth migration domain.
Okay.
Yeah, and that just depends on how many source and receivers you have and how big is your area that you are migrating.
Thank you. Please.
Thank you, Dr. Singh, for your very good presentation. Actually, my question is from time, in any seismic section, from time domain converting into depth domain, what are the different processes you are using so that imaging is proper? Means velocity analysis, then interval velocity. What are the different methodologies you are using, and what are the actual means attributes you are using there?
Yes, thank you. Yes, there are a couple of different ways that we can do it. There was a question before, earlier, there was on the velocity scan. So what we can do is, first very standard way is that while processing the data, what we can do is that based on the reflectivity that we see in the very raw shot gathers, we do a velocity scan. So we see that at which velocities, at different depth, what is the best velocity estimate that we are getting. And this will give you kind of a 1D velocity variation. We use something like this, while we can use this to convert. In case of hard rock, as I showed you earlier, that the velocities in our environment starts at very, very high. But if you will see overall, it does not changes a lot. So oftentimes, a constant velocity also gives you a very good result. But ultimately, what I showed as the last thing is that we can use the travel time tomography or the full waveform inversion to have a much more complete velocity model in the area. And we should be using this. But they are often quite computationally intensive. So that was not the case that is being used all the time. Rather, the velocity scanning is being used. It's much faster, simpler, and gives you results much faster as well. And last thing, last thing is the well log data. You have if your area has a lot of well logs, you can also use that.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bridge, for detailed and thorough presentation. I have two questions. The first question is, you were showing in the earlier part of presentation that magnetic and gravity, there was some shift. So were you showing vertical derivative of magnetics and gravity? This is first question. And the second question is, with these two features, like the gravity and magnetic feature, which part of magnetic or gravity matched with the reflector? Thank you.
Okay, yes, thank you. Yes, thank you for the first question, for this keen observation, because I should have mentioned, is actually the density model which has been derived from the gravity inversion. This is what best I know about this model, that this is not exactly the gravity, but this is the density model which has been derived. And during the inversion, they use this constraint from the borehole data. And the second thing is actually is the gravity data that has been that matched quite well, not the magnetic data, but also honestly I did not at this stage I have not thoroughly compared them. I just used at this moment the gravity, this density model from the gravity data to just correlate, cross-check. Because as you see that the results that we get from the gravity inversion and what we are getting from seismic are quite different. Because if we look at only the gravity inversion result, it looks like one simple lithological body with no variations, and also it has very, very steep dips. But when we are doing the seismic, you see that the picture is completely different. So this is also another thing.
No, that always happens once you invert the data, gravity data, in terms of the density. That always happens. Thank you, Dr. Bridge Singh, for your wonderful presentation.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Preet Singh, for your insightful presentation on hard rock seismic survey and the innovative approaches you have shared for complex geological structure. So as we conclude our day one, it's my honor to introduce our final speaker for today, Mr. Chandan Samajdar, a distinguished leader whose career bridges geophysical innovation and strategic energy exploration.
Mr. Samajdar has played key roles in seismic interpretation and global hydrocarbon evaluations. At ONGC Bidesh, he led the MENA interpretation group and was instrumental in a major light oil discovery in Colombia. Today, he serves as advisor Geophysics and head of the National Data Repository at the Directorate General of Hydrocarbons, where he shapes India's geoscience data landscape. He will present today navigating the next frontier in energy exploration, offering insights into both cutting-edge technologies and strategic mindset driving future energy discoveries. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Chandan Samajdar to the stage.
So, good afternoon to all of you. So, after the excellent presentation of Mr. Bridge on hard rock seismic, I will take you to the journey of conventional seismic in soft rock, especially for the hydrocarbon exploration. My name is Chandan, and I am working in Directorate General of Hydrocarbons. Many of you know that Directorate General of Hydrocarbon was formed in 1993, specifically in April 1993, under MOPNG. Since then, Director General of Hydrocarbon launches several rounds of NELP, OLP, and HELP rounds, as well as discovers small field rounds to exploitation and exploration activities of the country. So, moreover, DGH is also play an advisory role for optimum uses or exploitation and exploration of the hydrocarbons of India. So before going into the details, so this is my presentation outline. So I will touch upon the things which has been touched by the Bell Geoservices in the last, but I will go into the details, especially the work and the emphasis or thrust given by the Government of India on the new exploration. So before going into that, look into the present situation in the country. So you will find that we are dependent around 89% on the fossil fuel, where coal tops around 55%, and 4% is coming from the oil and natural gas. And if you look in this figure, you will find that our requirement is around 4.67 million barrels per day, where our domestic production is only 0.58. And it is not for particular year, it is continuing for several years. So, but we are the third largest consumer, so there is huge gap between the requirement and the domestic production. But if we look into the projections, what happens to the world for the fossil fuel, especially on the hydrocarbon front? So for India, it is projected that from 274 MMT, we will require for the around 467 MMT of hydrocarbon because of the huge economic development as well as infrastructure going on in India. But in world case, it will be around 2.6% down for the projection of up to 2050. So, keeping this picture in mind, the gap, government has taken the major thrust on the exploration because we don't have any other option but to go for the exploration. And exploration in the new basins which have not been discovered or
underexplored. So these are the things that we have to focus, and as well as technological innovation and new seismic methods, which has been and reprocessing of the old data, integration of the seismic data with the other methods has been will give us the India a leading role. And I'm just emphasizing this on this cartoon because a single discovery, this line between these and these, it is 7,000 kilometers. It is the western margin of Africa, and this is the eastern margin of South America. This is a small country of Uruguay below Brazil, and you know Brazil is a huge producer of oil and gas. So in Pelotas Basin there are some early exploration, nobody finds it, and they left this. As soon as the two discoveries, one by Shell and another by Total, happens in Namibia offshore, everybody was very much interested about this Pelotas Basin, which is intercontinental, but this is a conjugate basin. This was a conjugate basin. So everybody thought, so if there is and this discovery is around when I left at that time, whatever information I had, they are planning for a 8 FPSO for this discovery to develop. So this is a huge one. And that's why now if you go to the Brazil or Uruguay, we'll find lot of activities and lot of big companies are coming in this. So, and this story is known to everybody, the Guyana story. So Guyana was a small country before this discovery and production of the Liza field by Exxon. Its GDP was around $4.4 billion and projected growth was 4.4%. Now with the production begins in 2018, it is in 2025, it is a $24 billion economy with a projected growth of 19%. So out of our 26 basins, if we can find it a major discovery, we can change the total economy of the country. And that's why government has put the major trust. I will come to that. So we have 26 sedimentary basins, out of which only 7 basins are category 1, category 1 basin, which that means it has been developed resources. So we know Krishna Godavari, Mumbai offshore, Assam Shale, Rajasthan basin, these are the things. But if you look at this one, the 47% area, out of the 3.36 million square kilometer of sedimentary basins, only 47% area is still unexplored or underexplored. So this needs to be developed to bring the category 2 basin to category 1 and category 3 basins to the category 2 or 1 basin. And you do not require to upgrade the categories of all the basins. As I said, only one big discovery will change the game. So, and if you look into the data, it gives you an idea how we are poor in the data of the category 2 and category 3 basins. You have 689,000 line kilometer of 2D in category 1. It is 276 and 299. And for 3D, the situation is much worse. It's 321,000 kilometer SKM of 3D for category 1. But what is happening? We have the category 1 basins. The main problem comes in, we are in the declining stage for the category 1 basins. So we have to bring the category 2, category 3 basins or any other basins which has not been categorized even to bring to the exploration purpose. So in 2016, government takes the major decision to go for all the seismic acquisition in all the 26 basins that we have. So you can see that Deccan Syncline, nobody thought of the Deccan Syncline to be covered by the seismic. Kadapa, Saurashtra, under the basal cover, and Chhattisgarh, Bindia also there is some production. So this has been taken up in, completed in 2022 with 46,960 line kilometers covering all the basins. So you can think of the situation, what you have nobody thought of this Chhattisgarh basin. What is happened? There is a Proterozoic basin, no sediments, nothing like that. No. If you don't know what is there, how much sediment is there, and you cannot go for the exploration. So this is one of the lines that shows Chhattisgarh basin. And here you see, this is Saurashtra basin here. You will see that this is the Deccan Trap bottom. Below that, this is the sediment covering, and this has been not by seismic may be poor because, but we need to have some other techniques also to improve it. But well data shows there is presence of a Mesozoic sediments here below the trap. This is Kadapa. So you see, in our college days, we thought that Kadapa is a Proterozoic basin, nothing is there. So after seismic, we know which part of the Kadapa is maybe prospecting, what are the things are there, and we have interpreted that line that I have shown earlier. That line is probably this line because there are two big lines. So this is the line that has been covered in NSP, and these are the tentative interpretation that we have carried out. Basically, if you look into the seismic signatures, you will find that there is difference and sequences have been marked. Now, another major step that has been taken by the Government of India, that is no-go area. There are a lot of no-go areas in the both eastern and western part. So government opened up the most of the 90%, more than 90%. So only now these are the no-go areas. And after the opening of the no-go areas, government goes with the seismic acquisition in the Andaman basin, which was there, but that was not sufficient to holistically review the potential of Andaman. So you see, we are in this cartoon, we are in this part up to this dot. So how beautifully with this frequency, the layers have been marked, and it is the 90-degree east ridge, and this is the accretionary prism. So this is the beauty of the seismic sections, that because of the government initiative, we come to know what is there in our PT and what to focus on. So this is another section. This section is from this cartoon. This is from here to here. You will see that this is the two ridges actually. Alcock and Sewell rise are there, and these are the Dakak basin is starting up. This is this part. Another initiative that has been taken by the government to acquire the data up to the exclusive economic zones of India. So EEZ survey has been, EEZ survey has been taken up, western coast, eastern coast, as well as in the Andaman part. So these are the quantum that we have mentioned here. So you can see this is the eastern coast. So in eastern coast, this is the part of Bengal, you can see, and you will find that SDR, how nicely they have been managed. Probably KT will be somewhere here. And you will see that the huge thickness of Miocene sediments because probably related to the Himalayan uplift. So these are the things. I will come to the interpretation part in the subsequently. Next, the government has also taken up the areas which are logistically difficult to access, and there is, it is not known how much thickness of sediments is there, whether basin exists, and what may be the possibility. So airborne gravity radiometry and gravity magnetic survey has been taken up for these areas, and the quantum is for each area is taken up. Major part is taken up for the northeast because you know there is some logistically difficult areas, And you see in the next slide, after this study, it is the part of the Bastar. So how the basin configuration has come up nicely, and it is the part of the land part of the Kaveri, and you see this part, the basin has come up very nicely, this one. So it happens for the, this is only the example, but it happens for all the areas which has been taken up for the survey. And from that, we have come out with a total sedimentary thickness, which is necessary for the hydrocarbon generation potential assessment of that. We have come out with a thickness map. So it is around, say, 2000, and in this case, in Kaveri, it is something like that or more. So the intention is that explore all the basins, prioritize the basin, and go for the exploration, so that you can mitigate the risk of hydrocarbon game in the world geopolitics. So now another mission has been taken up. It is so it is going on. So it is mission Anishak, and you see the very big deep and strike lines have been taken from Ganga Punjab, Saurashtra, Deccan Sinkind, Kadapa, and in Chhattisgarh. So this is going on. It will be completed in next financial year. Now, as I told you in the very beginning, that government has come out with the exploration blocks of different. This is the recent one, OLP 10. OLP stands for Open Acreage Licenses Policy, and it is the 10th round. So this is basically a deep water round. So you will find that out of the 25 blocks, we have 13 blocks in the deep water and 6 blocks in the shallow water. So big areas in Andaman, this Andaman, this part has been opened, and seismic section indicates that it is in the back portions of the basin which has not been explored. So we'll go through some of the examples of the interpretation that has been carried out. It is the Andaman. You see the thick sediments of the back portions, and line goes from here to here. So this is north and this is south. So this is the line, seismic line. And in Andaman, you see that there are a lot of structures are there, different types of structures are there, and this is one of the structures that we have found in the northern blocks. And here the thickness is the maximum in this part. And this block has been cut along the EZ of India. And you here find that this is the possible one type of entrapment situation which we are envisaging in the Andaman back arc setting. And it is the same thing that I mentioned in the earlier slide. It is the inline, this is inline, this is cross line, and you can, in a slice, you can find out the intricacies of the fault that has been present in that, which give rise to this type of structural closure which needs to be proved. It is one of the sections, another interpretation from one of the blocks in OLP blocks. This open acreage licensing policy is open up to 31st of July of this year. So it is opened in 11th of February, and it will be there open for the 31st of July. So anybody can bid for this block depending upon the criteria. And you will see this type of features we have seen. You see the huge shelf of the Bengal basin, and within that the prospects are stratigraphic this type, and we have some pinch outs also and onlaps also here. So this type of features we are envisaging in the Bengal basin, Bengal deep offshore we can say rightly. So this is another some of the, in Mahanadi, you know that these basins, Bengal and Mahanadi is very nearby, so whatever the blocks, what are the features or what are the prospectivity, it may be similar. So these are the things that we have interpreted. And all these things, you can find it out in our website under the OLP 10. Now, another innovative thing that we have launched is the discovered small fields, and we have 55 discoveries, small field discoveries, which has been categorized in 9 contract areas. We have 3 in Assam, 3 in Assam that has been here, one cluster in KG, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and these are the 3 areas. So these are the details. These are also available in the website. So these are one of the things that, technical things that in DSF we have discovered small field round 4. We are providing a technical booklet, how it looks, how Iran processing is looking like, and what is the seismic and how is the amplitude distribution. All these things have been given. So interested parties can look into the data. In unconventional front, we are offering this DSF, earlier on, DSF is also opened up to 31st July till now, the announcement. So in unconventional unconventional hydrocarbon, 3 blocks are in offer, 2 in West Bengal and 1 in Kaveri, 1 in Gujarat, sorry. So these are the 3 blocks for CBM is open. So now I told you that government efforts, what they have done, how much data has been acquired, and the OLP bid rounds and other bid rounds in which you can get the, you can bid for that. But the question comes in, how we will get this data? And you can see, you can see how much data we have. You go to the National Data Repository, log in. For that, you have to first register, log in. You will get a map like this. You choose an area, what are the data available, and write to us. We will provide you the data with a minimum cost. Some of the data are free also. So this is the architecture of the present NDR. So you will receive, when you open, you will get a map like this. Then it has been, you ask for the seismic lines that has been required for your study, well data, and all these things are there. Whatever we have, we can provide you, and you can come out with a model. We can build your own interpretation. So, but the thing is that with the time, this has been 2017, since NDR is going on, now it has been time to replace it because of the data volumes. Pre-stack data, broadband data, and all this type of data is taking huge space. And we started with 140 TB. At that time, it was sufficient in 2014 to 17, but we have exhausted. So we are going for the workflow. We are going for the NDR 2 upgradation, and this is the simple workflow that will be adapted by the DGH with minimum human intervention except the QC. QC part will also be taken care of by AI/ML, but some human intervention will be required. And similarly, for the data, sending the data to the operator, to the interested party, to the institutions, that is also become very simple. So if you look into the present step, so how you submit data, we receive the data, then validate. These are so many steps in the present NDR 1.0. These green is for the NDR 1, and if you request the data, same number of steps need to be covered before I hand over the data to you. In envisaged workflow in NDR 2.0 will be very simple. Vendor provide the data, automated data ingestion, and obviously there are some QC by manual, then API-based access and data consumer to the access to the given. So this may not be very useful for you, but I am telling you for only one reason. Now, whatever data we can provide you is basically, or what data you can see in the NDR also basically are stack data. But we have the pre-stack data or the raw data also. So in order to get those data in a workflow, we have given this 3 petabyte or 3 to 4 petabytes of cloud storage in the India too, so that the interested parties or the ENP operators can access these data from the cold storage, which will be around 6 petabyte, and all the data will be loaded there. So, but if the OLP, grounds, data acquisition and all these things, DGH is also involved in many of the things with the MOUs with University of Houston, Pandit Dindal Energy Universities, collaborative projects with Western Australia, Indian Institute of Science, Calci Private Limited, these are the startups, and now TGS has generated 2D volume, I will show you, and they have also created the East Coast some reprocessing data. EMGS, I will show you how they have improved the data quality and mitigate the risk. EMGS's work is not to improve the data quality. I made a mistake. They have ranked the things and undiscovered hydrocarbon in the East Coast of India. So let's go there. So this is a technology. I have taken it from the very old paper, 2012, because of the simple reason to avoid copyright. But the principle remains same. We know hydrocarbons are resistive. So if you have a structure, if you have multiple structures, especially in the deep water, you want to mitigate the risk. How we can mitigate the risk? You need a tool which is not dependent on the seismic only. So it is a normal seismic impedance inversion, and you have studied the resistivity of the area. So in this resistivity, if it falls in the resistive zones, you may be doubly sure that this is the area that we may have to take up for the first prospect. So these are the proprietary work of EMGS, but they have done collaborative projects with DGH and in East Coast of India. So here they have matched one of the drilled wells. Obviously, this is from the old data. What they did in order to understand the software capability, they have taken the data from 2006 and 7 and what they have acquired at that time, and with the improved algorithm, they have matched this data. And the beauty of this algorithm, what they are claiming, is the presence of the undrilled Pliocene prospect in the East Coast, which is very common. So this is one of the things that DGH has taken for the old data reprocessing or the value addition. We call it value addition. So simple seismic, we have some anomalies, but as we integrate the EMGS CSEM project, control source seismic electromagnetic, so we can add value to the project and mitigate some of the risk. Earlier in 2006-7, we drilled some of the wells which was not hydrocarbon bearing, but now with the improved algorithm as well as source and source receiver improvement, they have done a marvelous job in the East Coast, and both the players in the East Coast, in Vedanta and Reliance, have taken up this issue. And you can find more of this in the DEW magazine, DEW magazine in this month. So our colleagues who are interested in natural hydrogen play, they are working on this. So in the Andaman area, especially in the spreading center, they are expecting some hydrogen accumulation. So but it is not in the research stage, but they are trying to find it out what may be the best way to characterize these high amplitude events which is there in such a shallow depth. Another innovative project that DGH has taken up with TGS is that if you have 2D lines, you can look into those lines, but you cannot know what is the actual structural configuration. So TGS took the lines from us, and in a value addition project, in west coast of India, they have prepared the 3D cube out of this. That may not be, and this is the actual 2D line which we had, and from the 3D cube that they have prepared, they have extracted the same line. So it looks similar, and it give you a quick look, whatever the data, whatever may be the prospects, whatever may be the structures is available. So this is the thing. We had some 3D lines. It is the proprietary software of DGS, and DGS, if you want to purchase this data, if you look into the visualize the data, you can, for visualization, DGS has the right, but for the purchasing, DGS is the only owner of this full data, and you can look into this data. But how beautifully you can go at any point of any line and find out what are the structures, what are the, as a quick look. If you want to invest in India, if you have this one, it is a wonderful thing that I believe. And this full waveform inversion is coming out in all the industry very vigorously. And I found also in the areas where you cannot see, say in area below salt, below basalt, this full waveform, multi-parameter full waveform inversion works very nicely, at least what the vendor is claiming. DGH has not taken any project on this, but we have come to know from the literature, it is giving us a very innovative type of reflection characteristics, which was not possible because of the seismic limitations below, looking in below the, you can look into the different vendors' website, and they have given that one. Another new innovation that is coming out, I just saw it, but I am not mentioned in the presentation, that is reservoir monitoring with gravity. So reservoir monitoring, we used to do it with the 4D seismic. That is a costly one, but if you want to have the rough reservoir monitoring, rough means some idea about the movement of the fluid. You can, one company has come to DGH and claiming that they are able to do it in the field of Norway. But I do not have any opportunity to look into this data, so I have not mentioned. Just for the innovation of the technologies that is there, I am mentioning it. That's all from my side. Probably any, okay, thanks.
Thank you, Chandan, for your illustrative presentation. You have taken us almost all through 26 inventive basins of India and its hydrocarbon potential and prospects as well. I have a basic question. Do we have any deep drill bore well in the Kishan Reddy? We don't have. Except the Lodika.
And seismic shows some information below the Geophysics. So those things, if we need to, now one party is working in that, in the mission and nature project. So if we get that one, that is a huge play may open up because of that. Because you know that big part of Maharashtra, and this is covered with the river system. And after drilling 1300 meter of drilling, we have 53 flows has been identified.
So what of the area that one? Which part of the Kishan Reddy you are referring to? Okay.
So there are huge possibility of looking into the data.
Thank you. Now it's open for discussion. Quick questions, please. Just a minute.
The prospects to find out the oil in the on-land basins, what I have seen in your presentation is Maharashtra and Chhattisgarh basin and UP, Bihar, Gangetic basin, something. Is there any positive indication of getting there in oil or gas, something like that?
You know that that is also a prototype type of basis.
Okay.
We cannot assure that
Yes.
all the 26 basins will be have oil and gas. But we have to know what we have in our TV. So that's the competition and we have been there.
But you find a thick compilation of the sediments below that thing.
Yes.
That's good thing.
Yes, there is sediments, there are seismic indications also.
Mhm.
And if you go for the, if you can smaller the area from the 2D, basic 2D interpretation, you can go for the 3D also. You can look into the, reprocess the data. So you have some idea what you can do. Otherwise, you have high basin or 6 basin, that is producing from Assam to Bombay. What you do after this?
That's a really great job.
Brownfield. So, and you know the famous story of when Assam oil was done before independence. They don't have anything beyond Assam. So, we are not go into the same era that we are concluding anything
Yeah.
without knowing.
We have to roll out. Thank you.
That is the thing.
Thank you.
Just I want to add one thing which Kannan Saab presented. GSI is acquiring NAGMP data for almost all the continental part of the India. And there is a good coverage of seismic even in the frontier basin where there is no sediments. Even the exposure area there is a lot of seismic. So if NAGMP data can be overlaid with the seismic data and then can be integrated interpretations can help GSI to understand the deep-seated mineral systems, even the fault and the tectonic setup in most of the areas. That's the only I want
Yes.
to add on that.
Okay, that's great. Actually, we are in the era of collaborativeness. We are not in, earlier we have the different companies go for the competitiveness. Now we are in a collaborative stage. So whatever data, as a head of India, whatever data you require, please contact us with my team and me, so that any collaborative project that can be taken for the with GSI or any other organization for the development of the nation, we are ready for do. Because it is our intention to do that. Yes, you please come. Please come to Noida and to our primary data center. You look into, before coming there, you look into the maps, whatever the data we have, and find out the prospective areas, what you can thrust on the first phase. And we'll do that collectively. We earlier also, before my joining in DGH, there are some projects with GSI. I do not know the intricacies of the topic of that project. But if you come here in our office, we can discuss and we will definitely come up with a solution to provide the data to you or work together with you.
Yes, sir, thank you. Yeah, I am from a company called Pan India Consultant Private Limited.
Okay.
This is a request to the GSI to have an integrated interpretation using the data generated by the DGH and the GSI.
Okay.
Because I am associated with both the parts, basically, in the oil and gas as well in the mineral part.
Okay.
So that's the suggestions to the geoscientists present here. Thank you.
If we can add a single rupee to the country, that's benefit.
Yeah, that's the idea, sir.
Yes.
Perhaps we can add academia also.
Sure, sir.
Thank you. Very nice.
Thank
Thank you, Mr. Chandan Samasdar, for your visionary and thought-provoking presentation on navigating the next frontier in energy exploration. Your journey from the seismic interpretation to international leadership and now advancing India's energy infrastructure highlights the transformative role of geoscientists in today's dynamic energy landscape.
On behalf of all the attendees, thank you for sharing your expertise and the inspiring vision. Thank you, sir.
Now it's time to felicitate our distinguished speakers for their enriching contributions to this session. I would like to invite the session chair, Professor V. Chakrabarti, Head, Center for Earth, Ocean and Atmospheric Sciences, University of Hyderabad, to kindly do the honors. We extend our sincere thanks to Dr. Breach Singh for the Polish Academy of Sciences and Mr. Richard Allen Morgan from Bell Geospace for their insightful and thought-provoking talks. Your contributions have added tremendous value to the conference and sparked meaningful discussions. We truly appreciate your time and expertise.
May I now call upon Marinus Reen Kostanji, ALT, also Data Code Geoscience Private Limited, Malaysia, for giving insights into usefulness of acoustic borehole televiewer in site investigation. Mr. Chandan Samajdar, Director General of Hydrocarbon, for navigating us to the next frontier in energy exploration.
Thank you, sir. Now I'd like to request Sir Sri Vijay V. Mughal, sir, the Additional Director General and HOD WRGSI, to kindly come forward and felicitate our session chair, Professor V. Chakrabarti, sir, for his contribution and support for the entire session.
As we conclude an enriching day of technical sessions, we now shift to a forward-looking and dynamic segment, our panel discussion. Geoscience is undergoing a remarkable transformation, with technologies like artificial intelligence, drone-based data acquisition, and full tensor gravity radiometry, redefining how we explore the subsurface. Together, these tools are enhancing precision, accelerating workflows, and opening up new frontiers in complex or previously inaccessible terrains.
This afternoon's panel discussion, titled Smart Exploration, Synergies between AI, drone, and full tensor imaging, brings together leading innovators across these domains. And the discussion will explore how interdisciplinary integration
is revolutionizing everything from data acquisition to interpretation and decision making, moving smart technologies from the lab to the field in real and impactful ways. To moderate this panel discussion session, we are honored to welcome Professor Shali Vahan, the Director of Indian Institute of Petroleum and Energy, Visakhapatnam.
Professor Shali Vahan holds a PhD in Applied Geophysics from the Indian School of Mines, Dhanbad, where his work on nonlinear inversion using simulated annealing broke new record. A seasoned academic leader and a prolific researcher, he has pioneered the use of swarm intelligence, 4D magnetotellurics, and AI-driven optimization in geophysics.
With over 60 peer-reviewed publications and mentorship of 14 PhD scholars, he has earned numerous accolades, including the National Geoscience Award, INSA Best Teacher Award, and SEG Outstanding Educator Award. And he also served as SEG's 2024 Honorary Lecturer for South and East Asia. Please join me welcoming Professor Shali Vahan on the stage to moderate today's panel discussion.
So let me now introduce you to our panelists. We have Professor V. Chakrabarti, Senior Professor and Head for the Center of Earth, Ocean and Atmospheric Sciences, University of Hyderabad. Shri Pradeep Singh, DDG NMH1 of Geological Survey of India. Mr. Marinus Reen Kostanji of ALT, Russia. So please. Shri B.K. Nandi, DDG Geophysics, CHQ, Kolkata. So all of you join us in the stage.
Good evening, all of you. After an enriching day, so we are coming to the panel discussion on smart exploration, synergies between AI, drone, and full tensor imaging. When you are in the cusp of new era in geoscience, these three, the AI, the drone, and the FPG, are the Brahma, Vishnu, Mahesh of interpreting the geophysical data sets. Recently, in Nature Geoscience 2024, there was a paper there which talked about how AI and a geoscience could collaborate, and that was AI times ES. So AI talks basically the data sets, whereas this earth sciences talks about the physical interpretation. So this session, basically what we're trying to do is that we'll try to meet the data with the domain, and observation meets insight. So what we'll try to do quickly is that we'll tell each of my panelists to have 2 to 3 minutes of opening remarks, and then we can take questions from the audience. So we'll start with Sir. Pradeep sir, please.
Okay, thank you. So, as you know that Geological Survey of India is the custodian of the geoscience data. When I say geoscience data, that is non-PNG data, including coal and lignite. So we have a portal which is called National Geoscience Data Repository, and another portal which one of our speaker was talking about is the NDR, National Data Repository of under DGH. So there are 2 repositories, and so this kind of workshop was an eye-opener because GSI is taking up a lot of national programs like National Geophysical, Ground Geophysical NGPM is underway, and we are collecting gravity and magnetic data on 2.5 kilometer by 2.5 kilometer grid. So now what we understand is because a variety of data, a diverse set of data is required actually for refinement of our models. So the collection of the data and new techniques, this will be an ongoing process, and we also hope that the geophysics division of GSI, they will come forward and they will carry many of these the learnings from this workshop, and GSI will gear up to take up the mineral exploration and geophysical surveys, adopting these new techniques. Thank you.
Good afternoon. As you know, we are interpreting the surface minerals, and also we know for the modern civilization, to sustain the civilization, to maintain it, you need a lot of critical minerals, and for future generation, for future civilization. This is the 2 big demand to meet, and GSI is one of the stakeholders for that. To meet this, there is huge challenges. To collect data at the fast pace. Secondly, to analyze the data with the accuracy, precision, and resolution to find out the resources. Basically, we have 4 kind of parameters which we are analyzing. That is magnetic susceptibility, gravity, that is density, Then conductivity resistivity, that is another parameter, and the last parameter is the impedance contrast, that is seismic. These are the 4 type of category of parameter which we are utilizing. Since long we are doing some 2D modeling. As in the early morning, DGSI pointed out we need to do 3D modeling. He addressed rightly. We need to do 3D modeling to pinpoint our drilling or optimize the drilling plans. So for this, we need to go shift to the modeling with the presently available opportunities like airborne magnetic, drone based and airborne based radiometric data, then electromagnetic data, EM data. We have to initiate the empty survey all through the country. So these are the things which are in the panel, and we have lot of data. We have to collect data, at the simultaneously we have to interpret data, come with the model, and that can help in next generation for mineral exploration. Thank you.
Good evening. Okay, so we as ALT, as a company, we've been looking at AI and machine learning the last couple of years. We've been approached by a lot of research institute students, MSc students, professors. What can you do with machine learning and AI? For example, auto-picking of the structures. I was showing the structure picking before in my presentation, and one of the things you could automate in there would be auto-picking. Another thing is looking at core photos and interpret lithology based on core photos. We've looked into it, and so far we haven't decided to go into it yet because there's still a big learning process. You need a lot of training data. You need to teach the systems, and we are a relatively small company, so we don't have the resources. We don't have the data to train the system so far. So I would say it has a lot of potential, but at the moment we're not there yet. I think that's what I want to say for now. Thank you.
Yeah, good evening. So since morning we have heard a lot of lectures from well-renowned speakers. So basically what I understand is that there is no depth of data as such. As Chandan has rightly pointed out, DGH is ready to provide the data at nominal cost. At the University of Hyderabad, we have a strong mathematical group who are working on the development of new algorithms and related course to analyze the geophysical data. So now it is high time that we all should come forward. Let us take one platform and then work together. We will come forward offering the solutions. Once you provide us the data, let us work together to build this nation. Thank you very much.
So I'll start with you when you're talking about the AI. So one thing which I just wanted to ask you that, can AI be trusted in high-stake decisions when you're in early stage of exploration, when the drilling is that very expensive? What is your take on it?
I would say no. I think AI probably could help on smaller decisions and things that need a lot of time to process, but not high, big decisions. I think we still need human beings to make those kind of decisions. Yeah. For today, simpler work, I would say probably yes. But I don't think AI is there yet to make these kind of decisions. That's my opinion.
When you're talking, when you're talking about the interpretation techniques and all, so what are basically the breakthroughs you expect in inversion, basically for edge detection and algorithms for edge detection, the FTIs in particular?
So since long time, everybody is aware of how to interpret the data using linear models. And of late in 85 onwards, and people have realized the importance of the nonlinear algorithms. And then slowly, the art of inversion techniques have grown. And now we see almost a sea change in the strength of the interpretation algorithms. So, well, sky is the limit. So if you have a beautiful idea, come forward, develop the algorithm, and then test your algorithm on the existing data, validate it, and then apply the algorithm to the greenfield data. Thank you.
So the other thing was that we are trying to do some work for Arunachal, government of Arunachal. How do you expect the drones would be working in that difficult terrain? With even the coverage, it has a lot of forest coverage, GPS would be there, wind speed is high in some times. So how do you expect the drone to be, expecting the drone data to be effective in that type of terrain? Anyone of you? Sir?
See, I am not a geophysicist. So basically from my experience I was Director Technical in Ministry of Mines for 5 years. So we have, because we have taken up a program for national aerogeophysical mapping through fixed wing aircraft. And now this drone technology has come where initially, because the payloads, magnetic sensors, etc., the weight was so much, it was not possible to do the drone surveys, magnetometers through drones, and now even the TDM, time domain electromagnetic surveys, are possible through drones. So gradually this, as the technology refinement will take place, the weight of the payload will decrease, and the maybe heavy duty drones will also come. So definitely drone will, for very faster surveys of the inaccessible areas, having lot of forest density, etc. The drone surveys are going to be certainly useful, and GSI has also already started in Odisha office and western region. So we are doing these kind of pilot studies, and if we are successful, the results are good. So GSI will also go for drone-based surveys and exploration in a big way. So I think drone technology will supplement the other technologies which are already available. So it will be very useful. Thank you.
So with these opening remarks and some of the question and answers what we had, I'll expect some questions from the audience. Please.
There is a lot of types of data available in certain regions. So when we want to analyze using AI and want to give a predictions, the most possible predictions of the mineralization zones, the problem at least we are facing is the number of mineralization zones, the locations are very limited. And the second thing is the non-mineralization locations are not available in data sources. So how can we increase this, or what are the ways to get these information? Because with available data, if you build a patterns also, as long as we don't have output labels, it is difficult to conclude anything or predict anything. So is there any possibility of getting that information, or if there is any methods which can give those inside things?
Would you like to answer?
Yeah, there is no ready-made solution exists to start with. And then what you have to do is that first you analyze the data with with the available algorithms or the software which is available in the market, and then you switch over to the AI to improve the model as such. So my suggestion is that don't straight away switch over to the AI. Rather, you use the existing models which are already available, or try to interpret the data using the existing algorithms kind of a thing. And whatever the additional inputs you have already, a priori information, you try to incorporate in the model and then switch over to the AI. Whereas that works well. Because this kind of an exercise we have already done in part of the Deccan Syncline near Katol. We have done that.
The purpose of AI is where we don't know the physics, we cannot establish between the multi-parameters. Using the models, as you said, they are all theoretical and based on assumptions. Then the purpose is lost by using the AI, because AI is a data-driven model. Because when you talk about another model to use it and then further to apply AI, then the purpose of using AI is defeated, what I feel. Of course, data problems are there, what he said. Data main problems, my experience in this particularly. So main is we will get it multi-parameter data, but they are diversified data at a different spacing, they are collected at different times. Bringing all of them together into common grid format, because a lot of interpolation and other things takes place, that adds some error to the data also. And another problem is bias of the model, because interpretability is the biggest problem in any AI model, particularly deep learning, like very complex models. This is another problem we are facing. How you will address this particular interpretability or transparency of the AI models, and how to avoid the bias of the selection of the algorithms?
See, the basic thing is that, your interpretation depends upon how many parameters you are solving from the given data set to start with. And then you simplify the model as possible as you can. Don't complicate the model to start with. So nowadays the clustering algorithms are coming up, and you can switch over to the clustering algorithms, make clusters, and then you can switch over to the AI.
Yeah, he wants to add something, yeah.
Sir, I have a question and a suggestion. In the morning itself, when the first speaker from Excalibur was showing that airborne data can generate multiple interpretations, stochastic interpretations. So when we are thinking of greenfield exploration, which is basically mineral prospecting, and the geoscientific data, if you look at it, has to be constrained model, and it differs from area to area. How a trained machine, as for a known area you can do a machine learning, but how do you really replicate that, specifically for the greenfield? And especially with change of geology or not knowing the mineral structures or mineral systems beneath, how can that be giving you, and what kind of a confidence will you have using AI ML when these kind of basic informations are not available?
Yeah. So if it is a greenfield data, for example, you are working on the gravity data. So the first most step is to invert the data, clean the data perfectly, and then invert the data in terms of the density model first. So that will give you a tentative first order information, whether your data is from the greenfield or not. That will give you a very good picture. That's what Professor Waldenberg has suggested. Okay, and then you make permutations and combinations on the model, as long as if it is a greenfield data. No single data will give you 100% result. Integrate the data. You can't interpret from the gravity data and say that this is the final model. If you have multiple data sets, try to integrate. If you are still wants to work only on particular data, there are
when we are talking about data, sets of data. You have geological data which has been collected on a traverse line. You have, for the same area, you have airborne data or a trending data or a geochemistry assays. When you're trying to integrate this on a regional scale to find a greenfield prospective area, which is the need of the hour. So it's not transactional. AI ML has been successful where there is a transactional data, where there is a repetition of the same event over a period of time. But if you see in geological time scale, it doesn't happen that way, because the geological time scale is a very long duration. So in such cases, what precautions should we take when handling multiple data sets while doing an AI project to find a greenfield prospect? That's my question.
So what I suggest is that, first you interpret data-wise, get the first order information or the first order models from gravity, magnetics, or airborne magnetics, or TM, or seismics, whatever it may be, and then try to integrate them. That's what many people are used to do. There's no other way, because no model will give you 100% accurate model.
Would you like to add something? Yeah, so other thing we'd like to add that whether it's a data set, whatever you try to do it, I get a model. So it has to be translated into I get a data which I translated sense, making geological sense. Now whatever model I get it, how it is reliable. The reliability check has to be done, right? I can do a inversion result, I can give to 15 kilometers, 20 kilometers. Is that makes a sense? So reliability of the data sets, the model, the features, are the features really important? So some of the tests has to be performed on any of the results, whatever you get it. Yeah.
How to do that reliability test?
Yeah, so tomorrow I'll talk about the reliability test. I have done some reliability tests. When I speak, I'll talk about the reliability test. Because all of us also know that the RMS is not the end of the thing. So even a small RMS can give a lot of mismatch it can give with the model. So. Please, sir.
For example, in GSI, whatever these national programs we are taking, we have a system of TSQC. So once the data is generated, data is collected, then a set of either the external experts or our GSI own experts, then they do the quality check of the data. So, and they finally, then the data is converted into standard templates and it is then fed into NGDR. So after feeding into NGDR also, I think we have to develop a system for data audit type of things. If there is some reliability problem and some question about the accurateness of the data, then we can just go back and maybe apply the necessary corrections and so that the data is reliable and authentic.
See, what I understand from sir is, and that AI needs data beyond doubt. And he was talking about the data what GSI has. And now is also, the other thing also is important is the quality of the data and the labeling of the data in terms of geological labeling, I mean to say. So those things are already been carried out. So that's a big advantage for people who want to really delve into AI and have a marriage between AI and the geoscience data. So anyone please, can I expect some more questions from the audience?
Because the domain knowledge is very important, because we have a good AI scientists, we have good data scientists, we have good geologists, we have good geophysicists. But each one will be, they are a specialist in each of the fields. But particularly when sir was telling the data quality, so when you check the data quality, normally people who are not having, suppose if you are giving a data scientist, what he does is he removes the outliers. In the process, what happens, actual anomaly will go, because the mineralized zones are very thin. So other scientists also, geologists or geophysicists also should involve during that time. It is a collaborative approach. It is not that by any alone can be done, it's not possible. because it's very difficult. That's what I feel that by the AI is not being that fastly implemented in this domain because of the complexity of the geology and other various parameters. That's what I wanted.
Sir, in fact, in my opening remarks, I said the same thing about the Chen et al. Paper of 2020-24. He had a marriage between AI and the earth science data. And they had shown that how both of them could collaborate. AI learns from earth science and the earth science learns from AI.
It is a collaborative approach.
So all of it has to come together.
Together.
Hello, sir. Good afternoon, sir. Sir, actually, I have a query on that. As much this far we have discussed on the prospectivity mapping, AI ML integration using different NGPM data, gravity, magnetic, and others. So, despite of that, if I would like to draw your attention of deep-seated mineral exploration, and in that case, as we know, if we go far, I mean that our resolution and confidence on the data and interpretation also get lost somehow in some extent. So in that case, deep-seated mineral exploration, how we can implement geophysical approaches, as we know that MT, IP, and other do a very good job. So in that case, if we see the resolution in case of spatially, and in that case, how AI and these geophysical methods with a combined conjugate, we can get a good interpretation and good part of that. Yeah, thank you.
Would you like to add? Please. You want to add? Okay, so I'll talk about some of the Australian cases. And you see this, Dr. Bridge was talking about this seismic and mineral exploration. Australian cases, what they've started doing it is, they've started taking up a magnetologic surveys first. And the resolution is not good. That's the physics which says that the resolution is not good. You cannot say anything else, right? But that gives an indication, and then they started doing a seismic over that. So the mineral exploration part. So that's where they get some idea, and it's easy to, compared to seismic, is a bit easy logistically to acquire the data. So that's the way they have started doing in deep exploration studies. Tomorrow I'll try to give a case of a deep exploration studies also.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
I'd like to add to Kishan.
Sir, one small request, sir. Can you please put on the mic?
Audible. So, this is the deeper part, how the mineralization or melts are coming to the top. What Australia did, they have did different level of survey, empty survey. They have done regional scale, then they have done even 1 kilometer spacing empty. So they have get resolved anomalies, and they could resolve that Victoria Dam areas. So it is applicable for all type of geophysical exploration. We have 2.5 square kilometer one data. So that will not suffice for exploring the minerals. We'll go for detailed exploration like a drone, as sir was telling. We are doing the aeromagnetic in 300 meter spacing. We'll be applying drone for 50 meter data, 50 meter line spacing, so that we can resolve the mineral resources. We can resolve that resources, we can identify the body, we can delineate the body perfectly with the detailed data. That will help geophysics, that way geophysics will help identifying the mineral zones. And what the earlier member telling that it is not only the geophysics, It is a team of geoscientists that can contribute towards the mineral exploration, geophysicists and geologists together. So this is also very important in this juncture.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. And in that case, sir, artificial intelligence can help in some extent, sir. Can we apply in some part?
And AI/ML, you see, as good as your data, as dense your data, as much as dense your data, as you having good control, your model, AI-driven model will be that good.
Okay, sir.
That I can tell.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
We'll
Thank
take one last question, then we'll sum it up. Please.
This is with respect to drone. You have fixed wing surveys, you have heliborne surveys, you have UAV surveys, which are similar to drone, and now drone. So how do you see drone being used more on a larger scale? Because right now, whatever drones are being used is line of sight for a close gridded. So how do you see the future of drone survey in data acquisition? What's the next?
First day of the workshop, at least for me, has been an eye-opener. Because I have now heard about so many technologies, that FTG and then automated quantum computing, quantum futures. Some of the technologies are under development. So now it is a big challenge, very challenging and exciting time for the geological exploration geologist as well as geophysicist of GSI, MECL, because these are the two premier exploration agencies in the country. And then myself and Dr. Ravi, because we are heading the TCC 1 and 2 respectively. So we also know that all these notified exploration agencies, they are now submitting very good proposals to NMET for funding. And now the SOC of the NMET is under formulation, so it will be formulated soon. So I think many of the components which we have discussed today, so these will be now factored into the new SOC, because the earlier SOC was based on our previous experience of last 50-60 years. But now the things are changing at a very fast pace. So like adoption of other technologies, the adoption of drone surveys, or also because it will also depend as the time actually how these technologies are effective. And see, the basic aim is that good mineral discoveries should occur in India. Unfortunately, from last about 20-30 years, we are kind of running dry as far as the large-scale, world-class mineral deposit discovery is concerned. So I think with the adoption of these technologies, we may now, in future, maybe a couple of years down the line, we can, because we have good potential. India is geological potential is very good, and application of the techniques are needed, and we will end up with a couple of good discoveries in future. Thank you.
Thank you all of you for sharing your thoughts. Before I come to the closing remarks, I'll just put on a lighter note, and also a very matter of concern as well. We have seen how drones have played in the recent conflict between XYZ countries and all. So if they can be that aggressive, why cannot be aggressive in data acquisition? That's one thing. I was talking to my brother-in-law recently after this conflict. He's a fighter pilot. I say, the way the drones are coming, you will be unemployed. So just talking honestly, on a lighter note, I was just telling him. Now, the thing here is, just to conclude, I'll tell you one thing, that we have to see, it's not basically about the adoption, it's basically how smartly we adapt, and with do some ethical exploration. And what I'll request that let this discussion be lively, alive, even after we leave this room. With these closing remarks, I close this
Moderation session, and thank you for giving all 5 of us an opportunity to talk to all of you. Thank you very much.
So thank you all the panel members and our moderator, Professor Shalivan sir, for that meaningful panel discussion that we had right now. So if we say this year is especially meaningful as we celebrate 175 years of Geological Survey of India, a true pillar in our nation's geoscientific journey. We were honored to have Sri Kishan Reddy, Honorable Union Minister of Coal and Mines, and Etala Rajender, Member of Parliament, Malkajgiri Lok Sabha constituency, having inaugurated the event and set a visionary tone for the conference. Today's sessions showcased how innovation, AI, and integrated geophysics are reshaping exploration, especially in the race for critical minerals.
Ladies and gentlemen. Hello. Sorry. Ladies and gentlemen, as we conclude day 1 of the Next Gen Geophysics 2025 conference, a heartfelt thank to our sponsors, speakers, participants, and exhibitors. Our event partners, Tiger Geosciences and Engineering Private Limited, our platinum sponsors, Critical Mineral Trackers, Data Code, Mining Tech Consultancy Services, gold sponsors, Mineral Exploration Corporation Limited, MECL, Altera Solutions, Geomarine Solutions Private Limited, Hind Metal Exploration Service Limited, Summit Spectrum Private Limited. We also thank our silver sponsors for today's event, Maheshwari Mining Private Limited, United Exploration India Private Limited, Geo Export Private Limited, and Sprite Technocon Private Limited. After a day filled with insightful and intense technical sessions, it's time to unwind and rejuvenate. Now we all have a tea break for high tea, and up next we invite all of you to come here again and to sit back and relax and enjoy a vibrant and refreshing cultural program curated specially for you. For the cultural program, please be here at 6 p.m. sharp, and let's celebrate the spirit of togetherness through music, dance, and art. And after the cultural program, we'll have a dinner for all of you. And it's a request to all of you to please be here and reassemble tomorrow by 9:45 a.m. so that we can start our technical session at 10 a.m. sharp. So please reassemble at 6 o'clock for the cultural program, and after that we'll have a dinner for all of you. And tomorrow it's a request to
assemble here at 9:45 a.m. so that we can start our technical session at 10 a.m. sharp. Thank you once again for today's participants and all the members.
I hope it was a fruitful and insightful session for all of you. Thank you.
Thank you all of
and
you.
Jai Hind.
Be seated. To begin this joyous occasion on a harmonious note, we have a soul-stirring invocation song that will awaken our spirits. Before we begin our proceedings, let us invoke the blessings of Lord Ganesha, the remover of obstacles and the God of wisdom, knowledge, and prosperity. It is said that No auspicious event is complete without remembering Lord Ganesha. To ensure that this event unfolds smoothly and successfully, let us offer our prayers to him. Now I invite our training officers of 48th Orientation Course for Geologists, Shreya, Rohit, Nikhil, Saloni, Rahul, Payal, and Vartiga to lead us in the Ganesh Vandana. So let us welcome our training officers onto the stage for the invocation song.
गुणशरीराय गुणमण्डिताय धीमहि गुणधीशाय गुणप्रविष्टाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि
गानचतुराय गानप्राणाय गानान्तरात्मने गानोत्सुकाय गानमत्ताय गानोत्सुकमनसे
गुरुपूजिताय गुरुदेवताय गुरुकुलस्थायिने गुरुदेवताय गुरुकुलस्थायिने गुरुविक्रमाय गुह्यप्रवराय गुरुवे गुरुवे
गुरुदैत्यकलक्षेत्रे गुरुधर्मशदाराध्याय त्रे गुरुपाखण्डखण्डकाय
गीत साराय गीत तत्वाय गीत गोत्राय धीमहि गूढगुल्फाय गन्धमत्ताय गोजयप्रदाय धीमहि गुणातीताय गुणाधीशाय गुणप्रविष्टाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि
ग्रन्थगीताय ग्रन्थगेयाय ग्रन्थान्तरात्मने गीतलीनाय गीताश्रयाय गीतवाद्यपटवे
गेयचरिताय गायकवराय गन्धर्वप्रियकृते गायकाधीनविग्रहाय गङ्गाजलप्रणयवते
गौरीस्तनन्दनाय गौरीहृदयनन्दनाय गौरभानुसुताय गौरीगणेश्वराय
गौरीप्रणयाय गौरीप्रवणाय गौरभावाय धीमहि गोसहस्राय गोवर्धनाय गोपगोपाय धीमहि गुणातीताय गुणाधीशाय गुणप्रविष्टाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेश
Please, sir.
Thank you, Rahul.
morning to all. Honorable Union Minister for Coal and Mines, Sri G. Kishan Reddy Garu, Honorable Itala Rajendra Garu, Member of Parliament from Malkadgiri Lok Sabha constituency, respected Director General GSI, Shri Asit Saha Sahab, distinguished dignitaries on the dais and in the audience, senior officials from the Ministry of Mines, GSI and allied organizations, eminent scientists, researchers, industry leaders, industry experts from India and abroad, sponsors, exhibitors, and young students. Ladies and gentlemen, namaskar, and very hearty welcome to each one of you present here to the next generation Geophysics 2025, Unlocking the Earth's Hidden Treasures, a conference exclusively dedicated to contemporary and futuristic geophysics, which is hosted by Geological Survey of India. It is our proud privilege to warmly welcome our Honorable Union Minister for Coal and Mines, Sri G. Kishan Reddy Garu, whose visionary leadership and unwavering commitment over the next 2 days, delegates will engage in technical presentations, live technology demonstrations, high-level panel discussions, and an interactive exhibition featuring cutting-edge geophysical instrumentation and AI-powered data solutions. With participation from premier institutions, industry, and academia, the breadth and depth of expertise at this event are truly remarkable. As a national in the Indian geosciences, let us use this platform to not only explore Earth's hidden treasure, but to unlock the untapped potential of Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for that warm and inspiring welcome. May I now invite Sri Asit Saha, Director General of Geological Survey of India and Chief Patron of this conference, to address the gathering and share his vision for this milestone initiative.
A very good morning. Sri Kishan Reddy ji, Honorable Union Minister of Coal and Mines, Sri Itala Rajendra ji, Member of Parliament, all the dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, student, researchers, exhibition participants, and geoscience enthusiasts. We have assembled here today, keeping in mind we need to do something transformative. We need to think out of the box, and we need to go ahead, keeping our goal in mind to make this country self-sufficient in every way. Why not only critical minerals? Now, gone are the days when a geologist or a geophysicist accidentally discovers a mineral deposit just by taking a traverse. Those days are just gone. We have already discovered, already found, already developed mineral deposits which are easily foundable, which are there for centuries. Our ancestors have found them for us. There have been old workings everywhere in the southern region, in western region. There are evidences that this country has been a mining powerhouse in the past also. But today, we have a big challenge. We no more have the luxury of finding these deposits just by surface manifestations. You know, we need to adopt all sorts of technologies which are at hand to now find out this so-called deep concealed deposits. In most of the cases, the recent discoveries which GSI is making, they are under terrains which on the top is cultivated or badland. From the conventional methods, geophysics is the go-to tool nowadays. I mean, there is no other tool apart from geophysics at this moment which can give us this leverage to identify conceal deposits. It's not a realization which is very new, it is known to everyone. But the point that we should get together and we should interact and introspect that how best we can utilize this technology and its developments today is the reason that we have come here. That's why the conference is named as Next Gen Geophysics. A lot of things are happening worldwide and also in India. A lot of developments are there. It's not only GSI, actually everybody has understood this issue of finding out conceal deposits through modern methods and then utilizing that data to find out, zero down to a deposit. That is the goal for everyone. Why only GSI? And the world. I have been meeting people from different parts of the world. They're coming and placing their innovations, their solutions. Okay, please do this. This will help you. This is a new technology which can help you in the field. They made it portable. Don't need something cumbersome, something very, claustrophobic and all those things to get into the field. So it is not only to use geophysics, we also need technology portable which can be used easily by scientists, both in lab as well as in the while which we have spent, the dignitaries have spent there, we have gotten pretty good idea of what is in store for us. And I'm sure none of us has got the whole gamut of understanding, whole gamut of knowledge regarding all these technologies which are there in the offing, which are there for us to use. Everybody claims, but if we can get together in this manner, if we can talk with each other, if we can listen to everyone with an open mind, maybe we will find out the way. We will find out the best way to move forward. So that itself is this, the philosophy behind this workshop or conference, whatever you call it. And it is very imperative that we need to understand the subsurface in a much better way than what we have been doing so far. And it's not only because of mineral exploration. Yeah, of course, getting mineral resources is of prime importance. But at the same time, we cannot forget about water. The water is also a very, very important, significant commodity for all of us, for us to sustain in future and to understand the nature of how groundwater is there for us, whether it will be able to sustain us in the future, whether it is getting contaminated or not. Even there, geophysics will play a very, very significant role. And why mineral and water? Everywhere, natural hazards.
Mining geosciences sector should lead the leveraging advanced artificial intelligence and machine learning techniques. Similarly, the nation quantum mission was launched with a budget of 6,000 crore to foster innovation and build a robust ecosystem in quantum technologies. This will natural challenges before they strike. Last year, the launch of National Landslide Forecasting Center in Calcutta marked a major achievement for disaster preparedness in India. Soon this will help providing early warnings for landslide-prone areas across the country.
To make this even stronger, GSA also signed MOU with Italy in January 2025 to work together and research and skill building in landslide forecasting. For India, a country prone to earthquakes, floods, landslides, and cyclones. The geophysics is the dispensable in building resilience. Moving forward, we must expand its technology to transform disaster preparedness in India. Similarly, advancement in geophysics are crucial for India's rapid and sustainable infrastructure development, ensuring safer construction in mega cities, supporting the development of smart cities, enabling high-speed rail corridor, and facilitating projects to remove and challenging tertiary. India stands at the thresholds of new era in mining. In last 11 years, we have transformed the policy landscape of the mining industry and have opened floodgates of opportunities.
Under the leadership of the Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi, we have fully embraced the power of technology across the sector. It is our responsibility to ensure that such innovations become a standard practice in geophysical exploration. However, technology alone is not enough. Collaboration is the key progress. We must build stronger partnership between government, industry, academia, and research institutions. Friends, I request DGSI compile a definitive plan of action from the illuminating discussions that take place during this 2-day seminar. I do look forward to seeing some of the ideas being pushed by implementation with great pride and optimism. I now declare the Next Generation Geophysics 2025 conference open, wishing all of you productive, insightful, and inspiring for these 2 days ahead. I once again congratulate all the organizers and participants, especially GSA for convening this 2 days conference. Once again, thanks all the participants, national and abroad. I invite this great city of this motherland, and I think this 2 days conference will properly utilize
Geological Survey of India Southern Region to present the vote of thanks.
So, good afternoon to all of you. So, after the excellent presentation of Mr. Bridge on hard rock seismic, I will take you to the journey of conventional seismic in soft rock, especially for the hydrocarbon exploration. My name is Chandan, and I am working in Directorate General of Hydrocarbons. Many of you know that Directorate General of Hydrocarbon was formed in 1993, specifically in April 1990.
Seated. To begin this joyous occasion on a harmonious note, we have a soul-stirring invocation song that will awaken our spirits. Before we begin our proceedings, let us invoke the blessings of Lord Ganesha, the remover of obstacles and the God of wisdom, knowledge, and prosperity. It is said that no auspicious event is complete without remembering Lord Ganesha. To ensure that this event unfolds smoothly and successfully, let us offer our prayers to him. Now I invite our training officers of 48th Orientation Course for Geologists, Shreya, Rohit, Nikhil, Saloni, Rahul, Payal, and Vartiga to lead us in the Ganesh Vandana. So let us welcome our training officers onto the stage for the invocation song.
गुणशरीराय गुणमण्डिताय धीमहि गुणधीशाय गुणप्रविष्टाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि
गानचतुराय गानप्राणाय गानान्तरात्मने गानोत्सुकाय गानमत्ताय गानोत्सुकमनसे
गुरुपूजिताय गुरुदेवताय गुरुकुलस्थायिने गुरुदेवताय गुरुकुलस्थायिने गुरुविक्रमाय गुह्यप्रवराय गुरुवे गुरुवे
गुरुदैत्यगलक्षेत्रे गुरुधर्मशदाराध्याय त्रे गुरुपाखण्डखण्डकाय
गीतसाराय गीततत्त्वाय गीतगोत्राय धीमहि गूढगुल्फाय गन्धमत्ताय गोजयप्रदाय धीमहि गुणातीताय गुणाधीशाय गुणप्रविष्टाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि
ग्रन्थगीताय ग्रन्थगेयाय ग्रन्थान्तरात्मने गीतलीनाय गीताश्रयाय गीतवाद्यपटवे
गेयचरिताय गायकवराय गन्धर्वप्रियकृते गायकाधीनविग्रहाय गङ्गाजलप्रणयवते
गौरीस्तनन्दनाय गौरीहृदयनन्दनाय गौरभानुसुताय गौरीगणेश्वराय
गौरीप्रणयाय गौरीप्रवणाय गौरभावाय धीमहि गोसहस्राय गोवर्धनाय गोपगोपाय धीमहि गुणातीताय गुणाधीशाय गुणप्रविष्टाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेश.
Please, sir.
Thank you, Rahul. Good morning to all. Honorable Union Minister for Coal and Mines, Sri G. Kishan Reddy garu, Honorable Itala Rajendra garu, Member of Parliament from Mankargiri Lok Sabha constituency, respected Director General GSI, Shri Asit Saha sahab, distinguished dignitaries on the dais and in the audience, senior officials from the Ministry of Mines, GSI and allied organizations, eminent scientists, researchers, industry leaders, industry experts from India and abroad, sponsors, exhibitors, and young students. Ladies and gentlemen, namaskar, and very hearty welcome to each one of you present here to the next generation Geophysics 2025, Unlocking the Earth's Hidden Treasures, a conference exclusively dedicated to contemporary and futuristic geophysics, which is hosted by Geological Survey of India. It is our proud privilege to warmly welcome our Honorable Union Minister for Coal and Mines, Sri G. Kishan Reddy garu, whose visionary leadership and unwavering commitment over the next 2 days, delegates will engage in technical presentations, live technology demonstrations, high-level panel discussions, and an interactive exhibition featuring cutting-edge geophysical instrumentation and AI-powered data solutions. With participation from premier institutions, industry, and academia, the breadth and depth of expertise at this event are truly remarkable. As a national in the Indian geosciences, let us use this platform to not only explore Earth's hidden treasure, but to unlock the untapped potential of Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for that warm and inspiring welcome. May I now invite Sri Asit Saha, Director General of Geological Survey of India and Chief Patron of this conference, to address the gathering and share his vision for this milestone initiative. Please, sir.
A very good morning. Sri Kishan Reddy ji, Honorable Union Minister of Coal and Mines, Sri Itala Rajendra ji, Member of Parliament, all the dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, students, researchers, exhibition participants, and geoscience enthusiasts. We have assembled here today, keeping in mind we need to do something transformative. We need to think out of the box, and we need to go ahead, keeping our goal in mind to make this country self-sufficient in every way. Why not only critical minerals? Now, gone are the days when a geologist or a geophysicist accidentally discovers a mineral deposit just by taking a traverse. Those days are just gone. We have already discovered, already found, already developed mineral deposits which are easily foundable, which are there for centuries. Our ancestors have found them for us. There have been old workings everywhere in the southern region, in western region. There are evidences that this country has been a mining powerhouse in the past also. But today, we have a big challenge. We no more have the luxury of finding these deposits just by surface manifestations. You know, we need to adopt all sorts of technologies which are at hand to now find out this so-called deep concealed deposits. In most of the cases, the recent discoveries which GSI is making, they are under terrains which on the top is cultivated or badland. From the conventional methods, geophysics is the go-to tool nowadays. I mean, there is no other tool apart from geophysics at this moment which can give us this leverage to identify concealed deposits. It's not a realization which is very new, it is known to everyone. But the point that we should get together and we should interact and introspect that how best we can utilize this technology and its developments today is the reason that we have come here. That's why the conference is named as Next Gen Geophysics. A lot of things are happening worldwide and also in India. A lot of developments are there. It's not only GSI, actually everybody has understood this issue of finding out concealed deposits through modern methods and then utilizing that data to find out, zero down to a deposit. That is the goal for everyone. Why only GSI? And the world. I have been meeting people from different parts of the world. They're coming and placing their innovations, their solutions. Please do this. This will help you. This is a new technology which can help you in the field. They made it portable. Don't need something cumbersome, something very, claustrophobic and all those things to get into the field. So it is not only to use geophysics, we also need technology portable which can be used easily by scientists, both in lab as well as in the while which we have spent, the dignitaries have spent there, we have gotten pretty good idea of what is in store for us. And I'm sure none of us has got the whole gamut of understanding, whole gamut of knowledge regarding all these technologies which are there in the offing, which are there for us to use. Everybody claims, but if we can get together in this manner, if we can talk with each other, if we can listen to everyone with an open mind, maybe we will find out the way. We will find out the best way to move forward. So that itself is this, the philosophy behind this workshop or conference, whatever you call it. And it is very imperative that we need to understand the subsurface in a much better way than what we have been doing so far. And it's not only because of mineral exploration. Yeah, of course, getting mineral resources is of prime importance. But at the same time, we cannot forget about water. The water is also a very, very important, significant commodity for all of us, for us to sustain in future and to understand the nature of how groundwater is there for us, whether it will be able to sustain us in the future, whether it is getting contaminated or not. Even there, geophysics will play a very, very significant role. And why mineral and water? Everywhere, natural hazards.
Mining geosciences sector should lead the leveraging advanced artificial intelligence and machine learning techniques. Similarly, the nation quantum mission was launched with a budget of 6,000 crore to foster innovation and build a robust ecosystem in quantum technologies. This will natural challenges before they strike. Last year, the launch of National Landslide Forecasting Center in Calcutta marked a major achievement for disaster preparedness in India. Soon this will help providing early warnings for landslide-prone areas across the country.
To make this event stronger, GSI also signed MOU with Italy in January 2025 to work together and research and skill building in landslide forecasting. For India, a country prone to earthquakes, floods, landslides, and cyclones, the geophysics is the dispensable in building resilience. Moving forward, we must expand its technology to transform disaster preparedness in India. Similarly, advancement in geophysics are crucial for India's rapid and sustainable infrastructure development, ensuring safer construction in mega cities, supporting the development of smart cities, enabling high-speed rail corridor, and facilitating projects to remove and challenging tertiary. India stands at the thresholds of new era in mining. In last 11 years, we have